of Greenlee's out-of-court statements was not offered for a non-hearsay purpose, was offered for a non-hearsay purpose. The introduction of that evidence did not implicate Christian's right of confrontation under the Sixth Amendment. As the United States Supreme Court explained in Crawford v. Washington, the Sixth Amendment Confrontation Clause bars evidence is both testimonial and hearsay, but does not bar evidence that is not hearsay. The Confrontation Clause does not bar the use of testimonial statements for purposes other than establishing the truth of the matter asserted. As this court recently noted in Estes v. State, 249p. 3rd, 313, and this court obviously being the Supreme Court, not me. That's Alaska App Court 211. In the years since the United States Supreme Court issued Crawford, the Federal Circuit Courts of Appeals have repeatedly held that when out-of-court statements are introduced not for the proof of the matters asserted, but for the purpose of providing context necessary for understanding admissible evidence, the admission of those out-of-court statements does not violate the Confrontation Clause. So in terms of the Confrontation Clause, I don't think that's an issue. I'm denying the motion on those grounds. But as far as the 403, I don't know what the individual statements are, so I'd have to take those up individually as to make a determination as to whether or not they may be barred under 403. Okay. So I don't know if we want to walk through those right now.
Your Honor, for whatever it's worth, I think I can probably short-circuit this. I don't think I intend to do it in the state's direct examination of Detective Clark. There may be something that comes out on cross that makes it worth rebuttal, or certainly if the defendant chooses to testify.
Okay.
But I don't think I need him in the state's case in chief at this point.
All right. And I also neglected to point out that you would have to lay that foundation as to the authenticity of the recordings themselves, but beyond that.
Understood.
All right. Anything else to take up?
Judge, if we could approach on one small issue.
Sure. All right, I think we're ready for the jury. I need to start this.
rise for the jury.
Morning, please be seated.
Your Honor, this is retired investigator Michael Swanson.
Morning. Before you have a seat, if you please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case now before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Thank you.
And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Michael Swanson, M-I-C-H-A-E-L-S-W-A-N-S-O-N.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can I have you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you did while you were working?
My name is Michael Swanson, as you've heard. I worked for the Anchorage Police Department for 18 and a half years doing forensics. My first 12 and a half years there, I was in the crime lab processing evidence as a crime lab technician and a forensic photographer. The last 6.5 years, I worked for the cybercrime unit in the detective division called cyber crimes, and I did phones, computers, digital forensics.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about some of the training you had to do digital forensics?
Oh, sure, yeah. Luckily, I was able to go to the United States Secret Service facility in Alabama for several weeks, 5 weeks my first time, 3 weeks the second time I was there for training at the National Forensic Institute down there, and it was really some solid training. I've probably accumulated over 500 hours in digital forensic training just from the the Secret Service, sorry. I'm 62 now, so I've got Social Security on the mind. Yeah, so then I also attended several other trainings local with the FBI and then also out of state for all of the licenses that I had to achieve to run the software that we use for dumping phones or working on computers. Basically, they have a vendor's test that you have to pass to certify that you're capable of running the software. And so I achieved all of those certificates for all the software that I ran for APD.
And were you, in your day-to-day job at APD, primarily what were you doing in the cybercrimes unit?
Day-to-day phone extractions, computer analysis. I worked on the ICAC team, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children. And so I was on a task force with the troopers and local agencies where we would perform search warrants and seize electronic equipment, and then I would then take those back to the lab and do examinations and look for evidence of the crimes that we were suspected.
Okay. And when you say cell phone extractions, how do you go about that process?
Well, the cell phone extractions typically start with detective or officer would have seized a device that's in question and it would be in evidence. I would get a request for service from the detective or officer and I would go pick up the phone. Then we would have protocols to keep our chain of custody alive where we don't do anything to the phones. We actually get a warrant. And then we have software that I use, primarily Gray Key and Celebrite, which does a bit-for-bit copy of the phone. It does a whole image of the phone, so it's not actually changing any of the data. It just records everything that's on the phone at the time that I do the extraction. That extraction is backed up by what we call the hash value. It's a mathematical algorithm, which we can then go back and use this extraction to make a report, because all the data on a phone is computer data and it's ones and zeros at its base level. And so the software that we use actually translates all of those ones and zeros into a readable format. It's called parsing, and it allows us to print out a report that we can actually put all of the different categories that are on the device into a readable, a human readable format. So We can look at call logs, or we can look at photographs, or we can do anything that the phone recorded. It's all listed out in pages for the investigator to go through. And basically, it's a searchable report. So a lot of these reports are 50, 60, 70, 80,000 pages of data. And so this narrows it down, so if we're searching for something particular, we can do a word search, Control F, you can find out dates, phone calls, text messages, whatever you're looking for. It just helps them narrow it down versus wading through the minutia of a big report.
And were you given a couple of different devices or pieces of information to process in that way in this case?
I was the recipient of a micro SD card that had an extraction that was performed by the Army CID, and then I also received iPhone 14 in this case. And
was there a tag number associated with the micro SD card that you received from the Army CID?
There was.
Okay, and if it would refresh your recollection to look at your report, can you tell the jury that tag number?
Your Honor? Okay.
I'm presuming you don't have it memorized.
I recognize the last 4 digits, but I didn't memorize the whole tag number. I stayed at a hotel last night where there was some sort of a marathon above my room last night, and I have zero sleep, so I tried to remember, but it's not working. Sure. Okay, the SanDisk Ultra 256 gigabyte micro SD card was tag number 1281017.
Okay, and that was given to you through Lieutenant Cross and the Army CID?
That was brought to me, yes.
Okay, and what did you do to copy that piece of information?
Okay, so like the software that we use for phones, we have a thing called a write blocker, and a write blocker is a read-only. It will not interfere with any of the evidence that we're copying. It basically just transfers all of the data in a read format only, so nothing gets changed. So essentially, it's a one-for-one. It's just a verification to secure the data without manipulating it in any way whatsoever. So I copied that data from the micro SD card through a write blocker, a verified write blocker, onto my workstation, and then I used a program that we call Physical Analyzer, which is part of the Celebrite group, and it allows me to produce a report parsed out, like I spoke earlier, about all the different categories. That's what Physical Analyzer does. It allows us to produce and export a report from the raw data from the phone.
Okay. And that raw data came to you in the form of a Celebrite report from Army CID?
Correct.
Okay.
Celebrite extraction.
Okay. And I have marked that for identification as State's Exhibit 315. Have you had a chance to review that in its basic form in anticipation of trial?
No, I did not.
Or did you review the front page in the content setup in my office?
Yes.
Okay, does 315 appear to be what you extracted from the micro SD card?
350, yes.
Okay. I'd move at this point for the admission demonstratively of 315. Judge, given this is over 40,000 pages, it is not the state's intent to submit that whole thing to the jury, but we'll submit it in parts, but I'm having this detective authenticate the report in its entirety. So I'd move for the admission for demonstrative purposes of 315.
Any objections?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And if I may publish at least the front page, I thought this was up and running. Gonna take just a minute for that thing to heat up. Hey, Kelly? How'd you make this display there? I know it's in the display setting. Thank you.
changes.
Okay, so if you look at a 315 that's on the,
Want the lights dimmed?
on the board there, please. Is this a copy of that extraction report that you?
It was, yes. I saw my name on there before I went off.
I feel like there's a tech guy in the room that should be hearing this.
So it has my department serial number and my name on the report. That definitely is the report that I produced.
I push a button. Okay, so this is the report you produced. How many pages is it?
I believe it was 44,000 pages on this report.
Yeah, on the far right, you can see 44,056 pages.
There it is.
Okay, and you talked about headings, or categories. What types of categories could someone search in this report?
Well, like I spoke earlier, you could go to text messages, you could go to phone calls, you could go to images, you could go to social media categories. It breaks that out. It parses it into very easily readable categories for the investigator, things that would be of interest of somebody that was looking for something on the device.
Okay, is one of those categories essentially like a timeline?
Yep, there is a timeline in there as well. A timeline is something that, anything that is related to an event on the phone that has a timestamp attached to it. So like a phone call happened at this time, it would be on the timeline. If a photograph was sent at this time, it would be on the timeline. So anything that has a timestamp available to the action will be on the timeline of the phone.
Okay, and is there activity data, like some folks, if you have your phone in your pocket and you're walking around, does it record like your number of steps?
Constantly, yes.
Okay.
The phone is always recording.
And is that available on there?
Mm-hmm.
Is there some location data available depending on the settings on the phone?
Depending on how the phone is set up, there is GPS data and there is location data as well, cell phone tower tracking, things like that.
Okay. And I think you described there's videos, text messages, images as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you don't actually go through the nitty-gritty line by line of what's on the phone in a case like this, do you?
Not in this case. I have in the cases that I work with for the ICAC, for the children cases. Those are my main focus. The case, we do all of the electronic, well, when I was there I did, all of the electronics for the department. So there are several different departments that brought us phones, robbery, assault, homicide, burglary, theft. So I didn't have time to do all of the reports for each investigator. So many times I would just produce the report and hand it off to the investigator. And then if something needed to be done further down the road, then I would be contacted for what we call the deeper dive. But in this case, I did not do any analysis of these reports.
Okay, you would expect a detective in the homicide unit that's familiar with the facts to look more closely at those things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And sometimes in a phone report, there is a timestamp that says UTC. What is UTC?
UTC is the Coordinated Universal Time. That basically is the zero Greenwich time. If you're familiar with it, it's a zeroed out time. As we all know, there are different time zones in the world. We have Eastern time. I live in Wisconsin now, which is Central time. That would be, depending on your location, it'll either be plus or minus from the zero of the Greenwich time. Alaska's time would be 9 hours behind the Central time. We also adjust for daylight savings time. So during those periods of daylight savings, we are at UTC minus 8 hours.
Okay.
So.
And so if this report, the extraction is at UTC minus 7, but some of the timestamps are UTC minus 8, would you expect that those are Alaska time?
I would. A lot of times, like I traveled here, and there are settings on your phone that you may turn it off, but most of us don't. So when you get on an airplane and you fly from here to Seattle, and when you land in Seattle, your phone is already updated to the Seattle time. Because your phone is on the network, it's out on the internet, and it's getting its time constantly. It's reaching out and coming back. And so when you get to Seattle, you don't set your time to Seattle time, your phone does it for you. Now, that would reflect on the phone report. If the phone was traveled out of state or of different time zone, it would record a different hour.
Okay.
In Alaska, it would be UTC -8 or -9 typically.
Okay, so if it says UTC -9, or -8, that's Alaska time?
That's Alaska, yeah, that's Alaska time.
Okay. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about, so that's the, report you got from CID, or the SD card you got from CID. Did you analyze or extract any other information from any other devices you received?
I did. I actually performed an extraction on an iPhone 14.
Okay, and, have a tag number on that?
I know it ends in 7272, but if you would allow me to read the report, I could give you the full tag number.
Sure, if it'll refresh your recollection.
Okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. That tag number would be 1317272, and that was an iPhone 14 Pro.
Okay, and did you have a PIN number for that iPhone?
Yeah, a PIN was provided for that phone of 7266.
Okay, and tell the jury what you did to do an extraction on that phone.
So that phone, it was a brand new phone at the time, and the software that we use doesn't always work on the newer phones, because when these companies whenever you see an update on your iPhone, you get this iOS update coming out, what they're doing is they're basically blocking our access to the phone. So the companies who make the software, who extract the data, are always catching up. It's a cat and mouse game. Whenever we figure out a way to extract data from a phone, on their next update, they will block that. And so when a phone is relatively brand new, a lot of my software will not work to get what we call a full extraction or a physical extraction from the device. So there are different extractions that we can do, which was like an advanced logical. You don't get all of the deleted data and things like that. You essentially just get what's on the top of the phone. So it's a smaller extraction without as much detail. So the main software that we use for doing iPhones is called GrayKey. I plugged it into GrayKey, and GrayKey was not having it. So I wasn't able to do an extraction. I was able to do a Celebrate extraction using the Advanced Logical tab, which is all you can do on an iPhone with Celebrate. And then I tried a third software called Magnet that we use, and I tried to do an extraction with Magnet, and I was unable to. It finished with errors, and I wasn't able to do a complete extraction. But I was able to do one using the UFED4 PC, same as the Army CID did. And so once I achieved that extraction, I put it into Physical Analyzer, which is the program that parses it all out, and I exported a report of that extraction in PDF and Excel.
Okay, and the same as the Exhibit 315, did you have an opportunity to at least review the front page and the volume of State's Exhibit 311 to confirm that is that extraction that you performed?
I did.
Okay, and is 311 the same as what you pulled off the
It is.
phone?
Yes.
I'd move at this point for the admission and publication of at least the base information on the report for State's Exhibit 311.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Okay, and you said this was an Apple iPhone Pro?
iPhone 14 Pro.
14 Pro.
Mm-hmm.
Is 311 the front page of the report?
Yes.
Up there that you pulled? How do you know that you did that?
Well, you can see the tag number right there, which we just spoke earlier with the Apple iPhone 14, and then above it is my name and my department serial number, and then the date that I performed it.
I'm
And,
having a hard time following what you're pointing at. Do you want to hit that? You can pick
Okay.
things out. Maybe
Thank
it's
you,
just that poor eyesight.
Well, I hear you.
The bottom button there.
Okay, so this right here is the examiner's name. There's a tab that I have to type into every time I do a report, so it has my name and my department serial number. And then this is the actual APD case number that I had to type in. And the evidence number, which is the tag number from the property and evidence, I have to type that in as well, and that's the 1317272, and I actually expounded that it's an Apple iPhone 14 Pro.
okay. And kind of same as the other report, is this report, if you go all the way to the number of pages there, over 48,000 pages?
Yes.
Okay, and it's searchable and has the same kind of categories as the report, chats, messages, images,
Yes.
timeline,
Yes.
activity?
All of the things.
Okay. And just to clarify again, if something says UTC -8, you're looking at Alaska time?
That is Alaska time,
Okay.
correct.
And I just want to clarify one difference between 3:15 and 3:11. So at the extraction time, you have, for 3:15, you have UTC -7. Do you know why that might be?
Because I didn't do that extraction, I can't answer that phone. That is the Army CID extraction.
Understood. You extracted from their extraction.
I basically opened up their extraction with the physical analyzer and just created the report using their extraction.
Okay.
So the device that I did will have the proper time of my extraction on it.
Okay. And if in the timeline of that it says UTC -8 anywhere, that is always going to be Alaska time?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, when you produce a report, you can change the UTC time, but it would be reflected alongside of the time that it was actually recorded. There would be 2 times. So that's why I know on my reports, I know it was done in Alaska on Alaska time because it's all UTC -8.
Okay.
So,
But say on Exhibit 315, if you went down to a text message or something that said UTC -8, that would be the accurate Alaska time?
100%.
Okay, even though it was extracted in a UTC -7 area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, I think that's all the questions that I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Detective, or Office Detective.
So technician, actually, I was going to make that correct earlier, and I forgot. I am not a police officer. I am a technician, a cybercrimes technician.
Cybercrime Technician.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I just have a few follow-up questions. My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney.
Okay.
I just want to start with a question about some of the data as it relates to GPS, and I think you testified earlier, steps traveled. Is that correct?
I was asked if a phone records data like how many steps were taken, and I said yes.
Okay. And so, are you aware if the Cellbrite report captures information such as distance traveled?
So some of the reports do capture that type of information. It all depends on how the phone is set up and if they're wearing a Fitbit or, Apple iWatch and things like that, if it's synced to the phone. So some yes, some no.
Okay. And in the information contained on the Cellbrite report relating to distance traveled, do you know if that's in meters, feet, inches? Is there a unit of measurement associated with distance traveled?
Whatever the measurement, the unit of measurement that would have been set up in the phone, that's what it will record as, yes.
Okay.
I did not review the Cellbrite report, so I can't tell you what this particular report was recorded in, if that's the question.
Okay, so, fair to say, if there's a number associated with distance travel in this Cellbrite report, you don't know necessarily how far that's going to be in, because we don't know if it's inches, feet, or meters, or yards.
So correct, I didn't view it, so I have no idea what it's recording as. But typically, the reports that I have done personally, they were recorded in feet.
Typically feet.
On the ones that I have performed on. But again, it all depends on how the user sets up the device.
Okay. And where would that information be contained in the Cellbrite report?
There is app activity, I believe. There's trackers for app activity, and so if somebody had a health app on their phone, it could be found in there.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I did have a follow-up question about the UTC issue. UTC stands for a Coordinated Universal Time, correct?
That is correct.
Starts at 0.
Correct.
And how does it account for daylight saving time?
Well, when we lose an hour in daylight savings time, it just reflects from we go UTC -9 to UTC -8 because we're stepping back an hour.
Okay. And do you know on August 6th, 2023, were we in daylight savings?
I'm not familiar. I didn't research what the daylight saving hours are, sorry.
Did you research the daylight savings hours before you did your cell bright extraction?
No.
Okay.
The phone is recording whatever time zone it is in at the time, so yeah, I don't need to research it.
Okay, so
It's
that's
on- it's on-
automatic?
Well, it's on the internet, it's searching out and it's grabbing the time, you know, every few seconds. So the time is active on the phone for the region that it's in.
And so the phone automatically takes into account daylight savings time?
Mm-hmm, sure does.
Okay. And that's not something that you had to personally set?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any follow-up questions.
Okay.
Steve?
No, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you like your pointer back?
You can just leave it there.
Okay.
Go ahead and take the stand, sir. Your Honor, this is forensic analyst Aaron Clay.
Good morning, Mr. Clay. Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case now before the court read the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you. Seated. And if you can please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Aaron Clay, Aaron-Clay.
Okay. And Mr. Clay, can I have you introduce yourself and tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, my name is Aaron Clay. I work for the Anchorage Police Department. I'm a forensic scientist. A forensic scientist is someone who applies scientific principles to the field of criminalistics. Specifically, I work doing latent print processing and latent print examination.
And do you do that work, you said you work for the Anchorage Police Department. Do you do that work at the Alaska State Crime Lab?
I do, yes.
What's the cooperative aspect there?
The cooperative aspect, so we work very closely with the Alaska State employees. So we have the Anchorage Police Department latent print team. We work upstairs, and then we have the state latent print processing and examination team. They work downstairs, but we do work in the same lab, so we just have different office areas.
Okay. And how long have you been doing latent print examination?
I've been doing latent print examination specifically for 4 years. I did 3 years of latent print processing before that. So I have about 7 years total in the latent print field.
And tell the jury a little bit about your training and education in that field.
We have a latent print processing program and a latent print examination program at the lab. The latent print processing program takes about 3 months. The program is divided into different modules. So each of these modules has like 4 different parts. The first part being the readings. So you're going to read about whatever you're going to learn in the module. So for processing, let's take like superglue fuming, for instance. You're going to read about superglue fuming, how that works, the different mechanisms of it. Then the next step is you're going to have your trainer show you how to do that process. After that, your trainer is going to watch you do the process, make sure that you're doing it correctly. And then finally, you're going to have a little mock case where you're going to do the process without your trainer watching you, but then they're going to look at, in that case, there would be photographs you would take of like superglued prints. So they're going to look at those and ensure that you have done that properly. So there's going to be a bunch of modules. In the processing ones pertaining all to processing, so how to actually process evidence for latent prints as well as photography. In the examination part, it's going to be more towards examining those prints, so analyzing, comparing, and then making decisions, so evaluation. And after you finish all of those modules, you're going to get towards the end of the program, and you're going to have mock cases. These mock cases are going to be a culmination of everything that you learned throughout the program, so it's going to touch on each part of that. Then we have a mock court. That mock court is going to take one of those mock cases, and it'll be similar to this. We'll do a testimony, but it would, again, just be on a mock case, not a real one. Before you're actually signed off on the processing and the examination, you're going to have to complete a competency test. So I've completed both these training programs. The processing takes about 3 months to do, and the examination takes about 9 months. So a little bit over a year total. And also, you do observed casework during this time. So while I'm completing this, I'm watching other qualified analysts in the processing do their processing of real evidence so I can see how they're actually doing it. And then in the examination, I'm watching them analyzing, comparing, and then making decisions on identification or exclusion for those prints.
Okay, and prior to even joining the crime lab, do you have any relevant degrees?
Yes, I have a natural science degree from the University of Alaska Anchorage. That's a bachelor's degree.
Okay. And have you been qualified as an expert in the field of latent fingerprint analysis
Yes, I have.
here in Alaska?
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'd move at this point to qualify forensic scientist Clay Judge as an expert in the field of latent print analysis.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
He's so qualified.
Okay. And can I have you start by telling the jury, well, first of all, you talked about your training and the ability to, like, observe other people. Is every report that you, or frankly, any analyst doing prints at the crime lab, any report that you issue reviewed by somebody else?
Yes, all the reports are reviewed before they're sent out the door. So before we release them, we have both a technical and administrative review that we have done. A technical review is going to be any technical aspects of the case. So let's say what kind of chemicals you're using, make sure you're going through the proper processes and doing them in the right steps. The administrative review is looking for any spelling errors, typos, maybe formatting errors, that kind of thing.
Okay. And so I want to start with when an item comes in for latent print processing, what are the steps you go through to determine whether something even is sufficient or has enough detail to be analyzed?
The first thing we do is you look at the type of surface that the evidence is. You have both non-porous and porous surfaces. Non-porous is going to be something that wouldn't absorb water, so you can think of like glass or metal or even finished wood would be something that doesn't absorb water. Or we have porous items. That's going to be something that does absorb water, so you can think of like cardboard, paper, that kind of thing, like newspaper. And we're going to be looking at those. So the first thing I'm doing is just determining what type of surface I have. And based on that surface type, we have a set procedure of different chemicals and processes that we will use.
Okay. And in this case, are there some surfaces that are better than others for getting prints?
Yes. The best surfaces are like the smooth, flat surfaces. So like a soda can would be very good. A glass bottle would be very good. Windows are great. The things that aren't as good are going to be very textured surfaces. So something like carpet. Carpet's just one of the worst substrates to try to get latent prints off of. But porous items such as like paper, those actually absorb the latent print residue. So the latent print residue is what's on your finger that actually gets transferred to a surface. So in a non-porous surface, that's going to sit right on top of the surface, and on the porous surfaces, it gets absorbed in. So the paper is also a very good substrate.
Okay. In this case, what items were originally submitted for testing or examination?
In this case, there were magazine with ammunition, there was a Glock handgun with ammunition, a Sig Sauer handgun with ammunition. There's also a gun case, and then a lift card. And also there was known prints, so finger and palm prints from Zarrius Hildabrand and Saria Hildabrand.
And were there lift cards from a trash can as well?
Yes, the one lift card was from a trash can.
Okay. And of all of those items that were submitted, did any produce fingerprints that were suitable for comparison?
Yes, the gun case produced fingerprints that were suitable for comparison, one on the inside and one on the outside.
Okay, but none of the other items had prints that had enough detail to be compared?
That is correct.
What are the criteria that you're looking for when you make that decision or when an analyst makes that decision?
When I'm looking at the fingerprints, first I'll just go over just like in the kind of the basics of the fingerprints. So fingerprint is an impression of your friction ridge skin. Your friction ridge skin is that special skin that's on your fingers, palms, and the bottom of your feet. It's designed to help you grip things, but it's created of ridges and grooves. So those ridges and grooves form different patterns on your fingers. So there is the loop pattern, where the ridges come in from one side, they loop around in the middle, exit the same side. Then you have a whorl pattern. It kind of looks like a whirlpool with concentric circles. And then you also have an arch pattern. It kind of looks like a speed bump where the ridges enter one side, do a bump in the middle, and go the other side. So what I'm looking for when I see a latent print, looking to see if I can determine that pattern type. I'm also looking at the different ridge events. So if I follow a single ridge path, I'm looking for any events that happen. So if that ridge just abruptly stops, we call that a ridge ending. If it splits into two, that's a bifurcation. If you have two bifurcations kind of connecting, we call that an enclosure, so it kind of looks like a little circle. It can also have a small section of ridge detail by itself. We call that short ridge. Then you can also have just a circular section of that ridge detail that would be a dot or an island, depending how you want to. You can call it either or. But I'm going to be looking to make sure that I can see these different ridge events, and I'm looking for the quantity and the clarity. So the quantity just being the amount of the print that's present, and then the clarity just being, can I easily follow a ridge path with no obstructions, and can I see a good variety of those different events? So it doesn't have to be specifically different, but I want to see a lot of different events when I see it. Lots of ridge endings, bifurcations, so as much as I can see there is what I'm looking for.
Okay. And when we talk about the card from the trash can, the two weapons, the Sig Sauer and the Glock, and the magazines that were submitted, there was insufficient quality or clarity to be able to make any identifications off those?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look just then at the Glock case. At the Glock case, were you able to review two prints and make any comparisons?
Yes, I was able to review two prints.
Okay, and were you able to make any comparisons or identifications based on those two prints?
Yes, I took those through the examination process. So the examination process we call ACE. It stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and then verification. In the analysis step, what I'm doing is looking for those different ridge events I talked about. I'm also looking to determine if I can tell what type of pattern it is. And then I'm looking for anatomical origin, just meaning, is that a finger, is that a palm, or is that a foot? You can tell by the different ridge flow. Through our training, we go through a lot of suitability and analysis. So I've looked at a very high number of prints, and you can usually determine if it's finger, palm, foot, which way it's facing. And what this all helps us do is search for those prints. So the next step is comparison. That's when I'm getting a fingerprint card from any submitted individuals, and I'm comparing that to the latent print that was preserved from earlier in processing. And then the step after that is the evaluation. That's when I'm making the decisions. There's a couple major conclusions that we use. There's identification and exclusion. And identification is when I see enough of those events in common with the finger that I wouldn't expect to see that in another individual, and I don't see any differences in those. So I go through, make sure that I see all the same events in the latent print as I do in the known print. And there's also exclusion, and that's when I wouldn't confuse myself here. Exclusion is when I would compare them both and say they do not come from the same source. So that's when I see a lot of differences between the two. So I'm looking for what's called a target group. And a target group is just a small arrangement of those different events that I talked about. I'm looking for one closest to the core area, so the center of that pattern, and that'll help me determine where that would be on the known print. When I'm not seeing that, I'm still going to search, be very thorough, but at that point I'm going to say it's an exclusion, and I don't see that same arrangement. And in this case, I had 4201 and 4202. Those were the latent prints that I compared, and I identified both of those to the right thumb of Zarrius Hildabrand.
Okay, and if I may approach, I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification. This states exhibit 345 and 346. Do you recognize 345 and 346?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are those the prints that you compared, and Mr. Hildebrand's prints, known prints?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'd move at this point for the admission of 345 and 346.
No objection.
They're admitted.
So, on 345, if you could turn the lights down, Madam Clerk, do the little red dots demonstrate the areas that you were able to confirm were the same?
Yes, the red dots are the correspondence between the two prints. And so you'll notice the red dots, I'm staying mostly to the areas that aren't distorted, so I'm looking for the most clear ridge detail. It does not look as clear on the projector as it does on like my sheet of paper here, but it is fairly close. And so as you can see, those line up. You can see that that's a whorl pattern that I talked about. So you can see those concentric circles. And that very distorted part, like on the left there, since it's so distorted, I'm not confident that that's recorded correctly, so I'm just going to stay out of that area when I'm doing my comparison.
Okay. And then 346? 346?
Yes. And on this one, it's very clear ridge detail, but it's not as large of an area as you can see. You see kind of the distorted area over to the right. To me, that looks like it's probably the core area. I couldn't determine what pattern it was originally, but looking at it, it does have the same look as a whorl. And you can see a bunch of those bifurcations where the ridge is split. It's a pretty unique features here. So you have that little enclosure, and then you have like 4 bifurcations in a row.
And sir, there is a small laser pointer up there by you, if you wanted to use it to show the jury what you're talking about.
This one here? Oh, okay. So this will make it a little bit easier. So if you see right here, so that would be the enclosure. You can see it's like a little loop. And then you see 1, 2, 3, 4. You see those 4 bifurcations there. And then you even see this little short ridge. There's a ridge ending there. So as you can see all those different events. Sorry, I didn't realize I had a laser pointer before.
It does make it easier.
Yeah. But as you can see, there's all those different events. And when I find sufficient events like that, I come to the conclusion of identification.
Okay, and so you were able to identify the 2 prints lifted from the Glock gun case to be the same as the right thumb of Zarrius Hildabrand?
That's correct.
Okay. And every other piece of information or every other item submitted by the police did not have sufficient information to make an identification?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to talk just a little bit about the things that might impact the ability to pull a print off of something. Does the environment impact it?
Yes, the environment can play a factor. If it's, say it's like a very rainy day, everything's very wet, you're less likely to be able to transfer that latent print residue from your finger onto a surface. Also, if it's very hot, so if your hands are very dry, you're not going to have very much residue, and that can also affect you transferring that print to a surface.
Does the person's individual, skin characteristics matter?
Yeah, the skin quality can. The biggest factor with that is actually how much residue you produce. Some people don't produce very much of the latent print residue, so they don't have very much to transfer. And then some people produce quite a bit, so they're more likely to leave latent prints.
Okay, and then the type of contact that's being made, if it's passing or pushing versus like a straight down, does that matter?
Exactly. If you're touching stuff in, like, movement while you're touching something, there's going to be more distortion when you touch it. And then it just depends also how you touch it. If it's just a very light touch, you may not actually transfer much of that latent print residue, as opposed to if it's a nice solid touch on it.
Okay, and then finally, the type of surface that the print is going on. You talked about porous versus non-porous. Are some surfaces just better and more likely to accept prints, I guess is the word I'll use, but have prints on them?
Yes, that's correct. So anything smooth, like we talked about, that's great. Paper is good because it soaks in that latent print residue. And then something very textured is going to be less likely. So it could even be, like the grip of a gun would be a good example. That's typically very textured, and then you're less likely to leave a latent print there.
Okay. Is it fairly infrequent that the crime lab's able to get prints off the grip of a gun?
Yes, it's very infrequent.
Okay. And so, like, I think about, like, this is a cardboard paper cup, when cardboard should be okay, but it's corrugated, so how would that impact it?
Yeah, if there's any, like, ridges or anything on there, that's going to affect the continuity of the ridge flow, so you're going to have a lot of little breaks in it like that. But, like, cardboard's fine. Cardboard's a good substrate, so it just depends on the kind of surface you have.
Right. I think that is all the questions I have for you. Let me double check. Okay. Thank you, sir. Oh, wait, I did want to ask you one other thing. Do you work with another analyst named Melanie Wright?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is Melanie Wright out on some family leave right now?
She is, yeah.
Okay. Were you asked to essentially redo and review her work?
I was, yes.
Okay.
So I redid the latent print examination phase of her work.
Okay. And even though you were asked to redo that for the purpose of this trial, did it still undergo all the same processes that you talked about at the lab, as far as, like, somebody else reviewing your work and generating a report?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you for stepping in, sir.
I just have a few follow-up questions. Good morning, Mr. Clay. My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney. I just have some follow-up questions with you. I want to talk about some of your training. I believe you went to a class about difficult questions and latent fingerprint analysis. Does that sound familiar?
That does sound familiar, yes.
Can you tell us what that class is about? Like, what did you learn in it? What are the difficult questions?
I don't remember any of the specific difficult questions, but it was just difficult questions that can be asked during court, and then how to best prepare for them. So some of those might be stuff like brushing up on some training before you came in, or looking at maybe some anatomical training before you come in. Typically, we don't review that super often. We do review it probably once a year. We'll have different classes, and they go over it.
So you've taken classes in preparing on how to testify. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'd say it's classes just to ensure that we're doing our best to testify, best to explain to the jury what we did.
And some of that training you learned, for example, to look at the jury when you speak to them.
That's correct, yes.
And just to follow up on the fingerprint analysis that you did in this case, when did you do it?
I did the analysis yesterday.
And just to be, have you been watching anything about this case through the course of the trial?
I haven't, no.
Okay. And you specifically tested the Sig Sauer in this case, correct?
So I did not. Melanie did all the processing of the items. The only thing I did was the examination of those two latent prints we talked about from the gun case.
Okay. And the gun case that you tested was the Glock gun case, correct?
Yes, the gun case Melanie processed was the Glock gun case.
And you also did the testing on that as well?
Not actually on the gun case, on the latent prints from the gun case, though, yes.
Okay. And fair to say there can be lots of reasons why someone can touch something and you would not be able to identify a fingerprint on the object after the fact.
That's correct, yes.
And the mere fact that if you cannot identify a latent fingerprint like that on an object does not mean that someone never touched it, fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
And if I recall correctly, one of the most difficult places for you to test for latent fingerprints would be the grip of a gun, correct?
That is correct. That texture surface is not good for latent prints.
And how about the trigger of a gun?
The trigger of the gun would just depend on the texture of the trigger. Some of them are very smooth, but it is a small area. So it being a small area, a lot of times there wouldn't be enough area for sufficient rich detail to be deposited.
Okay, so it's grip of a gun, very difficult, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And the trigger of a gun, a lot of times there isn't enough detail to test for a latent fingerprint, correct?
I would say that's correct, yes.
Okay. And so, fair to say it's not shocking that the rest of the analysis that was done in this case did not reveal a latent fingerprint like the one we see on the screen.
I would say that's fair.
Thank you.
Any rejoin?
No, thank you, Judge.
Right, thank you, sir.
All right,
Please
thank you.
sit down. Counsel, you approach. We're going to take a break. I know we haven't been going all that long, but we're going to take a break, get set up for the next witness, which is going to be a little bit longer. I'll take about 15 minutes here. We'll have you back about 9:45, 9:47. All right, please don't discuss the case. We'll see you back in a few minutes. We're going to try to keep it at about 15 minutes. Does that work?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
We are, Judge.
I anticipate the next witness, is Detective Paterno. I've reviewed the discovery in this case. I don't know exactly what exhibits the state intends to admit through this witness. There's items in discovery that I would object to the state admitting that this witness has collected, but since I don't know exactly what they intend to admit at this moment, I don't know that I need to make an objection.
To be clear, if Ms. Brewster had raised this, I would have handed her the pile of courtesy copies I had, and I'm happy to do so now. Here you go. And Judge, may I approach? I also have courtesy copies for your honor.
Please. This is a lot. Ms. Brewster, you've been provided all of these previously.
Yes.
In your review of the items that you were previously provided, which include these items, did you identify certain of these proposed exhibits, or any of them, that you found objectionable?
So as far as and I'm just looking, there was,
And if I may, not to cut off Ms. Brewster, there was two I already did partially redact. I'm happy to highlight them for her, into the Cellbrite if we want to go there first.
Let Ms. Brewster finish her thought, and then
I
we'll...
apologize.
So the note exhibits, 294 and 295, I'd be opposing, as hearsay. They are not Mr. Hildabrand's statements. In addition, 295 is from April 3rd, 2023. It's spelled.
Okay, you're mumbling. I'm sorry, you shouldn't say mumbling. We're having a hard time hearing you. So if you remain seated, that's easier for me. There's no jury here. I'm not concerned about the formality. I'm more concerned about my poor hearing. So it's got the microphone next to you. Let's start with 294. Your objection to 294?
Hearsay, Judge. And unless they can authenticate it to have occurred after August 6th, 2:47, at 2:47 a.m. 295 is from...
I want to take these one at a time. I don't have any context for this. I don't know what this is. Is this better just taken up as you try to bring them in?
I don't think it would be fair to the jury to do that.
This is the kind of thing that I have hammered over and over again in this trial. Let's do this ahead of time. Let's not wait until things are being introduced to have these conversations. But here we are again. 294. State?
Your Honor, this is, I'll let Ms. Hurley respond to most of these, but this is a note that was taken off of the victim's phone. The time date on it is April. Is that right, Ms. Hurley?
It's a little later.
No, it's later than that, sorry. The state's exception to the hearsay is 8033, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition.
Who's purported to have, who's phone?
April 3rd, I apologize.
I'm sorry, this is the
Who's
victim.
making this note?
The victim's phone.
Okay,
This
and I
is-
don't see any date on here. Is
April
there?
3rd, 2023. It's stated at the top, date and time.
Am I looking at 294?
294 is before that. It's the same, but yes.
Yes, it's, how do you know the date?
How do you know the date?
I see notes, I see 2231 is the time, I see some measurements, I see the word unzi, and then that note itself.
Connected to a log on the Cellbrite. It's connected to a log on the Cellbrite, Judge, which
Okay.
I believe puts it in proximity to early April.
Okay, so it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's being offered as a state of mind of the person writing the note.
Correct.
In April.
in April. All right, I'll allow that. It goes to the weight. We're gonna move through these quickly. If you wanted deep
Okay,
analysis on
objection.
it would have been brought up before. The next one, 295, you take issue with?
Yes, Judge.
These describe the state of their relationship at that point from the victim's perspective, Judge, and that does have a clear date and time on it, and I think it's 8033, particularly relevant in light of the defense.
Judge, this is...
I would think she would actually want this exhibit in, like it's, I think, more favorable to the defense perhaps than the state, but.
Well, that's for the defense, I understand. I'm sorry, the objection here, again, hearsay.
Hearsay, this is from April 3rd, 2023. It's not close to the incident date. It will confuse the jury because it is so far away from August. This does not show Mrs. Hildabrand's state of mind on or near August 6th, 2023.
Okay, so your main objection to this is it's not contemporaneous, it's too distant.
Correct, and
All right, and I'm going to keep moving. I'm overruling that objection. I think it speaks more to the weight. You're fine to point that out. There's been a challenge to the cause of death here, suicide being a possible option. State of mind of the deceased is relevant. Any others?
Um, 300, subject to authentication of who this is with and the time it was made.
Can you speak to 300?
Yes, Your Honor, it's actually one of the same photos that is later found in the Cellbrite report of what Ms. Hildabrand took a photo of that day. Saria found that in the screenshot time, you can see it at 2:12. It was put on her phone, I believe, at 2:14. And this is a different photo because this is what Detective Paterno's found when she was going through Saria's phone, and specifically found this in the trash folder of his phone.
Right, so this is a screenshot that Saria is alleged to have taken with his phone and then sent to her phone?
Yes, Your Honor, and
And this is a screenshot of his phone or her phone?
this is a photo of Saria's phone with the screenshot. So Detective Paterno was physically able to go through Saria's phone and then later was able to review the cell phone dump.
Okay. I'm sorry, the objection.
The objection is that this is a screenshot of a conversation documented as Instagram user.
Okay, that's
The
not an
hearsay.
objection. I
Hearsay.
don't understand the objection.
Hearsay.
Okay, it's overruled. It's not being offered for the proof of the matters asserted here, as I understand it.
For the record, for the reasons articulated in our motion to eliminate relating to the Snapchats working to 301 presently, again, the court's already ruled on the issue, but we're objecting again for the record.
Okay, and your objections noted on the record and will be there for appellate purposes if we get to that point, but I've already made my decision on that. It's overruled.
The same as with 302, we're objecting for the record for the reasons
And
articulated in our
303.
motion to eliminate, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307,
8,
308, 309, 310. Those were all subject to the motion to eliminate that has previously been filed. We're renewing our objection.
okay. Anything else? As you've noted, I've already made my ruling on that, but your objection is on the record.
We object to 321 as hearsay. We object to 322 as hearsay. We object to...
Well, I don't, again, we're gonna have to go through these a little slower because I don't know what these are. 321?
Yes, Judge, this is the same photo, but this is actually the one taken from the Cellbrite. So the previous photo that was objected to for the exact same reason.
Okay, that's allowed for the same ruling.
Thank
And
you.
then 322,
The Cellbrite copy. I think he's looking for an answer.
these are Cellbrite extractions?
Yes, Your Honor. So in the timeline of Ms. Hildebrand's phone, you can see that Saria captured these photos at a certain time, and they're labeled as the image number.
Okay,
So these are the actual images related to that timeline.
all right, and so that's true for 323, 324, 325. So we're going through a series again of where he's alleged to have been communicating with another female, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that those were all captured around 2:20-something in the morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and those go up through
334.
334. The objection is noted. My ruling stands. 335. Any objection to 335?
No. No objection to 344.
Okay. Okay, that's the images. And then I've got a pile of other things here. Any objection to the pile of the other things?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And Judge, the Cellbrite report is in both phones. Between both phones, there's almost 100,000 pages of Cellbrite reports. So trying to articulate what we'd object to beforehand was a little...
Difficult. And so they're being handed these for the first time right now, knowing exactly which of those hundreds and thousands are being planned, they plan to introduce?
I'm not pointing fingers, Judge. I'm just letting the court know that I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm just saying that's the reason why we're bringing this up now, is because there is so much.
I understand that.
So, so starting with Bates page 28351.
That's Exhibit 312. And if you read
I
the
don't
Bates-
have exhibit numbers on mine,
and I
but I do
apologize.
have a Bates number 28351.
It's Exhibit 312, Your Honor.
Okay. You have a concern?
The first page is from 2011.
I'm happy to respond. The only reason the first page is being brought in is to bring in that title line, the darker gray line, to explain what the boxes are on the later pages. From page 28351, it jumps directly to 44163, which is the relevant time period. So again, that's only being brought in to give context to what the boxes are actually labeled as.
Okay, so it's just for that darker, it says hashtag type direction.
Judge, with that explanation, there's no objection.
Okay, all right. And then the rest of that, I guess this is exhibit what? Sorry, Counsel, you said this was exhibit, I don't have
312.
tags on here, so I'm.
And I apologize, Your
No,
Honor.
that's fine, I'm just gonna mark it so I can keep track.
This is 312. This is a copy of Saria's Cellbrite timeline.
Okay. All right. And then what are we looking at next?
28134, searched items.
And this is a
Exhibit.
one-page exhibit?
Yes, and it's
What-
Exhibit 314,
Okay,
Saria's searched items.
okay, and the objection? How to get the most points at Dave and Buster's? College registration deadline? How they
No,
were weight
Judge,
loss?
no objection. And I would just ask,
I'm sorry, no objection?
no objection.
Okay. So 314. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, just ask.
I would just, Bates page 5396, is this from Mr. or Mrs. or Mrs. Hildebrand?
Exhibit 313, this is Saria's call log.
Okay.
And that starts with Bates 5396?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay.
And then Bates 8-5, I'm guessing, is from which phone?
Saria's activity log, it's going to be Exhibit 340, and I apologize for the bit of a jump on that. Or I apologize, let me double check that.
So the activity log, I think the gentleman testified, this is where you would find things like heart rate, distance traveled, to the extent that that exists on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor. And this one's from Ms. Hildabrand's phone, Saria's phone.
No objection. Well, I'm just looking at the dates, Your Honor, to make sure they're in a relevant period.
The oldest one on this one goes back to 8-5 at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any objection to that exhibit. It looks like this is Mr. Hildebrand's phone. For
Which one are we talking about now?
page 19917.
Okay,
Yes.
and what's exhibit number is this?
318, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This is the defendant's web history, and,
There's a portion of it that has been redacted,
yes, Your Honor.
and are you objecting to?
I think the redaction needs to be a little better before it's published to the jury.
So this is
Yeah.
the copy I would give to the jury. I could see through that one, so I lined over it again.
Is this something you're planning on putting up on the screen?
Not that specific part, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's snips, but it's nothing that I think could be objectionable at this time, that's to my knowledge.
I'm sorry, you can take white out.
I don't have whiteout. We can
Well, we can
discuss
figure out a
the
way to make
redaction
sure that
later,
that's not, it's not an uncommon problem
Yeah.
when we try to bust it, but we'll make sure that that's, I'm leaving it up to the parties to make sure that that redacted section does not go back to the jury in any way, that they can hold it up to the light and try to read it.
though. Understood.
As to the rest of 318?
And just for the record, the reason it was redacted is Mr. Hildebrand was searching J-Bear JAG, apparently looking for an attorney. So I did redact that on my own accord.
Okay.
And this is the web history.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay. The next one in my pile starts with the base number 19865,
Exhibit 319, Your Honor.
319, and again, there is some redaction at the top that will make sure that redaction works.
Yes, Your Honor. This is the defendant's search items. Again, those redactions are when he's searching for a J-Bear JAG.
No objection.
Okay. Next one I have is 18141. And which exhibit number is this?
342, Your Honor. That's the defendant's location data.
Any objections?
No.
Okay. Next, one I have in my pile is 18139, exhibit number.
340, Your Honor. This would be the defendant's journeys, is what the Cellbrite label is for it.
What are journeys?
Journeys, I believe it's when he actually maps a route, is my understanding, based on the waypoint section from point to point. And some of the relevant ones would be him mapping to Lowe's, to Bread and Brew, things of that nature.
So this is something that he actively sought directions to, or just noted where he had gone?
He actively sought directions to, I believe he actually mapped it to get there.
Any objection to 340?
Sorry, Judge. 340 was activity log?
Are we on three,
I apologize, this would be 341, I had a typo on there.
okay, 341.
Please have a new.
I think it is confusing, Judge.
I'll let you folks explain that to the jury. I think they can handle it. The next one I have, 2689.
Exhibit number 317, Your Honor. This is the defendant's Cellbrite call log.
And this is just time and date of calls and whether it was answered, or whether calls he placed and received, is that
Yes, Your Honor.
And missed.
in duration?
Yes, Your Honor.
Missed, okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Okay, 317, and then I have, did we already go over the one that starts on page 5?
This is a separate one. The one that starts in the middle of the page, Your Honor, is Exhibit 320, and this is the defendant's activity log. I would note it's similar to a previous issue of the first page is only being brought in for that title to explain what the boxes are, and then it immediately jumps to page 1135.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, and then I have a large pile of documents that starts at 35135.
Yes, Your Honor, this is the defendant's timeline. That's Exhibit 316.
I'm sorry, you called it what?
The defendant's timeline. So it's, the timeline is a section of the Cellbrite report that puts multiple aspects of data in a chronological order, rather than in separate sections. And this one likely will need redactions, but again, it's not going back to the jury, nothing that I think would be objectionable, not going back to the jury today until we discuss redactions. Nothing being put up on the screen I don't think would be objectionable. It's nothing to do with him. In this, it has some of the searches.
Well, with all respect to your, it's not how it usually works. You let them know ahead of time, and they can make a decision as to whether it's objectionable or not.
And I apologize, I was gonna clarify, anything of him talking about an attorney, those searches are also in the timeline, as well as him talking to Toby Howery. They're texting about him going to get a J-Bear attorney.
So those will be redacted
Yes.
prior to anything being provided to the jury. That has not been done yet. You don't
Yes, sir.
intend to show any of those pages that would include, are there certain pages you do intend to show today?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to put up the snips from the timeline I intend to show. It's not even full pages, it's just certain boxes.
Okay, can you identify which of the date stamps those would be?
Yes, not a problem. I can provide the box number if that would be easier, or I can project it.
We don't need to project it right now. Do you need it projected? You've got the file here, okay.
So the boxes, one of the first things I intend to put up is a summary of the text between him and his father. They occurred on August 6th around 4:30 to 5 p.m.
You know what Bates page that is?
I'm pulling it right now.
Well, if it's easier to show it, that's fine too. However you have it,
I think.
whatever the easiest way is so we can move this along rather than you digging through. If you've already got it lined up on your computer as you intend.
I do, Your
to show it,
Honor.
that might be the easiest, and then we can just pull the Bates thing.
And it's, the timeline in Exhibit 316 is in chronological order, by date and time.
Okay, well.
That's not it.
This is a summary slide, that will be projected, but it will be outlined with the box numbers, and that's what I was about to highlight.
Okay. And so you say it starts at 8/6?
8/6 around 4:30 p.m., Your Honor, is when his father texts him.
And these times are not military, as I'm seeing, is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
So what time did you say?
4:30,
4:30, that would be on Bates 35, 35167.
Yes, Your Honor, that's where it begins. If you look at the conversation sub where it says from who, it's from the defendant to dad. Dad begins in its box 185375. And then the defendant responds in 185378, and dad responds, and that's just the nature of the conversation. So what the state intends to project is just a summary of that after highlighting those boxes.
There's no objection, Judge.
All right?
Understanding that the statements from dad are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Right.
No, it's the defendant's response saying neither of those happens in reference to no one got hurt or
That's
went
fine.
to jail.
Keep moving.
I apologize. And then the next one, the state intends to present is just an entire summary. It will be zoomed in for the jury.
What's the Bates?
8/7, beginning at 12:20 a.m., so just past midnight.
What's the Bates number? Do you have that, or do
Or the box.
I can keep scrolling?
The box number is 185482.
Okay, that's the top of the page. 185482 is the first box number, and you're planning on projecting down to 185511?
Oh,
The entire page of
185499,
three.
Your Honor.
What's that?
185499. And it's just to show his online shopping.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. Next.
Next slide begins at box number 185529.
Okay.
It shows his online activities, including going on Twitter to OnlyFans.
185529, Patagonia.
Yes, and if you go, it's gonna go through 185538.
Okay. Okay. Any objection?
I mean, as long as they can establish what a cookie is.
Okay.
So no, as long as the foundation is laid for what a cookie is.
Mhm.
Do you want to, are you laying a foundation for what a cookie is?
The state wasn't intending to, Your Honor. I think it's very clear that it says the creation time and when he accessed these sites, as, based on my going through his phone, he goes on social media sites, goes to profiles, link trees, and then goes to their sexual website.
And this is all the night of, or the morning of?
This is the next night, or the following night on August 7th in the morning.
All right,
And it goes to his state of mind as the assertion is that he was scared.
okay.
Judge, my concern is that my understanding of cookies are that they are things that are constantly running in your background. I object for this being, for a cookie being used to show that this was active searching. I don't think that's what a cookie is, but I am not an expert in technology.
Okay.
So
Your personal belief as to what a cookie is doesn't necessarily mean that that's the case, correct?
But it,
So the state needs to satisfy your understanding of what a cookie is?
I think the state needs to satisfy the jury's understanding of what a cookie is.
All right. State, do you have anybody that can speak to what a cookie is for a basic explanation?
Your Honor, we would have asked that likely to Investigator Swanson or Technician Swanson. I can talk to my witness. That wasn't something I was intending to do, as I think that goes to argument, as it seems very clear from the timeline up on the screen that it was the creation time and then when it was actually accessed is included.
And it's because he goes to the link trees and then to the...
And I think it actually walks it through, as I explained, as he on multiple occasions will go on social media, likely find a
All right.
profile.
If you have an argument that this was somehow generated by the phone itself and not by any action that he took, you can make that argument. That's your understanding of cookies, that they randomly do searches on your phone without you knowing it. Is that your understanding of cookies?
I know from when you go on a website, it says it's running cookies and you have to consent to it. I have no idea what I'm consenting to when I'm
Okay.
consenting to it.
Okay, it's overruled at this point.
Next box, Your Honor, begins at 1866262. The date is 8/7 at 6:41 PM, and it goes through box
Sorry,
number
186,
1862662.
how many more of these are there?
3 more slides on this timeline, that's it.
All right.
The timeline that had to be, marked as an exhibit is over 100 and, I believe, 70 pages.
Okay.
1866262?
Yes.
18626, you don't have the,
18662.
Yes, Your Honor, it's Bates page 186, 35213.
thank you.
And I believe it may carry on to the page before that.
Okay. And is 186
262.
262, 262 appears on the previous page.
Yes, Your Honor, my apologies. There's similar searches on the page after.
Okay. Okay, through what?
Through 186268. And again, just showing the searching he's doing and the timing of it.
Okay, any objection?
Yes, Judge, we object to offering a cookie as being, offered for purposes of showing that a person is actively searching something.
All right. And that objection is based on no knowledge of what a cookie is. And so I'm overruling it at this point. You've made the objection, it's on the record. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, it begins at 186543. That would be Bates page. Bates page 35225.
Okay, I see that.
Beginning at box number 186543.
These are TikTok.
Begins at Twitter, shows that he goes on a link tree, and then the next page goes to him going on multiple porn sites. And I'm happy to better explain a link tree if you would like, Your Honor.
I'm not, you can explain it to the jury.
Understood.
I want to get the jury back in here and keep moving. Any objection to these beyond your
Foundation.
standing objection?
Yes, we object to, we object to the pornography sites being admitted.
Under 403 or what?
Yes, Judge.
State's happy to respond, Your Honor. The argument being presented by defense in this case is that he was scared, this was a tragedy, essentially that it wasn't his fault. This goes directly to his state of mind, and that he was in the state of mind to search porn.
All right. Objection's overruled.
In the last slide from the timeline that I intend on introducing today would be that following page. It goes through the link tree, goes to manyvids.com, which is a porn site, goes to the Dong Kinger at manyvids.com, and continues on that type of search history for a while, or access. And I would highlight that at each time since it says it was accessed.
Okay. Your objection's noted, it's on the record, it's overruled at this point. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
State's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
I'll go grab the witness.
We have the jury going.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. That was a longer break than anticipated, but hopefully the work that we did will spare you folks a lot of start and stop. Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Morgan Paternos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case not before the court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I speak you in truth. Can you please state and spell your first and last name for record?
Detective Morgan Paternos, M-O-R-G-A-N. Paternos is P-A-D-R-N-O-S. Detective Paternos, if you could introduce yourself to the jury and explain what you do for a living. I'm Detective Paternos from Morgan. I work for the homicide unit at the Anchorage Police Department. And how long have you worked for APD? I've worked since December of 2017. And what positions have you held throughout your time there? So I started off in the academy, and then we graduate the academy, then we go to a field training program, which is just on-the-street training, and I did that, and then I was cut loose on patrol. So and then I was a patrol officer. I worked swing shift and mid-shift predominantly, so like middle of the day and overnight. And then after about 4 years, I applied to be a detective. I started off as a theft detective just for a couple months, and then I applied to be a homicide detective, and that's kind of where I'm at now. And what training or experience have you had to become both a patrol officer and different detective types? Yeah, so we go through an academy that's approximately 5 months long, and then like I said, we do the field training program, which is at least 4 months long of on-the-street training. After that, we're kind of able to do a lot of extra training, so I really wanted to be a detective, so I did a lot of interview courses and a lot of kind of investigative type of courses. And then once I became a homicide detective, I've done some more localized child homicide, cold case, no body case, detailed training. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I've done a little bit of drug training on the side too, but for investigative, that's kind of what I've done. Okay. And were you assigned or called out to this case in August of 2023? Yes, I was. And how are detectives in the homicide unit called out, and for what types of cases? Yeah, so for call-outs, if it's like a homicide or an officer-involved shooting or a suspicious, like, missing person death, we'll get called out if it's like in the middle of the night, or if it's during shift, we'll go meet during shift, and we are a team. And so we all meet together in like a conference room, we hear the briefing and so forth. This was a little bit different. It first started with a couple detectives. We usually only do 2 detectives for like smaller, like baby death cases, a missing person case or so forth. And then if it rises to like a certain level of suspicion, then we do a full team call out, which was the case in this investigation.
So originally it was Detective Clark and another detective assigned?
Yes, Detective Clark and Detective Elby.
And then later was the entire team brought in?
Yes.
And do you recall who was on the team at that time?
I know that it was me, Detective Clark, Detective Elby, they were the first 2, and then Detective Mercer later helped, Detective Roberts helped, Detective Brendan Lee, and then myself.
Thank you. Were you assigned or brought into this case on August 9th?
Yes.
And what were the first steps you took in this case?
So we did a briefing, which is normal, that we can kind of get up to speed. And then from that point, we kind of like divvied out what our roles were. There was a search team that was actually going on around the 9th. And so I helped with getting our drones. The department has a TSU, it's a technical support unit, and they're pretty much like our drones, so we can fly them in the air. So I called Detective Elmore and had him assist the search team with drones, because they have thermal imaging and they can cover a lot more ground than people on the feet, or people on their feet. And so I started with that. And then I also went to the 5210 Mockingbird Drive, and I conducted an interview with Marie, and then we canvassed when we were over there too. And I went with Detective Mercer.
And when you canvassed, what occurred?
So when we do a canvas, it's pretty much like you see in TV, you like go and talk to people in the neighborhood, look for cameras and so forth. So we went and talked to other people in the apartment building, if they heard anything that night, or if anyone had seen Saria. We had like the missing person flyer to show them and everything.
Had anyone seen or heard anything that became relevant?
No.
What steps did you take next?
So after I talked to Marie, and during that conversation, she actually sent us some like pictures of like current what Saria looks like, her dyed hair, and then also tattoos. That's something that we use to identify people if they maybe look like a lot of other people or something. Tattoos are usually like individualized, and so she sent me some of those, and then what she was wearing when she last saw her, because they took some photos that day.
Okay. Up on the screen, I have previously admitted Exhibits 5 and continuing on, which I'll list as we go. Is this one of the photos that Marie sent you?
She actually sent them to Detective Mercer, because Detective Mercer was right there, and it's just easier to have her while I'm continuing talking. But yeah, these were sent to Detective Mercer.
Exhibit 6, does this show, and Madam Clerk, can we turn the lights down a bit? And just zooming in a bit in Exhibit 6, does this show the back tattoos that Saria had?
Yeah, so the most notable one that Marie mentioned were her wings on the back that took up most of her back, and this was a good photo that showed that.
And then up on the screen is Exhibit 7. What does this show that was helpful?
So this also shows not only her hair, the blonde streaks on the side, but also some tattoos on her left, so you can see the snake, the sun, and then the moon.
And did these later become relevant at the body recovery?
Yes, they did.
And why was that?
The recovery of Saria's body elicited us to use tattoos to help identify her and make sure it was the person that we were looking for.
Thank you. After speaking with Marie and getting those photographs, what were you assigned to do next, or what did you do next?
Then I talked to Isaac, and Marie is actually who told me to talk to Isaac, because she was with Isaac that night when they went to the bars.
Did you also speak with Dalen Gates?
Yes, I did later on speak with him, and I actually contacted Marie later on too, just for follow-up.
And throughout this, are you coordinating with the homicide team as a whole?
Yes, so Detective Troy was the lead detective, so he's kind of our boss during these things, and we want to run through things with him and get what he wants done for the case. And so a lot of these were just collaborative, like, duties for each of us to do.
At one point, did you gain possession of Saria's phone?
I'm sorry, Detective Troy, you mean Clark?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
Detective Troy Clark.
Yeah, Troy Clark,
thank you.
sorry.
Is his first name Troy?
Yes, it is.
Do you normally call him Troy?
I do.
Did you at one point gain physical access of Saria's phone?
Yes.
And what did you do when you had her phone?
So when we had her phone, I manually or physically went through it. So like I had the phone in my hands and would go through it to look through photos, messages, and so forth.
And Your Honor, if I may approach with exhibits 290 through 335, it skips a few though. And I apologize.
Please.
Thank you. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Are they true and accurate to the photos you took of Saria's phone that day?
Yes.
And Your Honor, the state would move to admit exhibits beginning at 290 through 335.
All right, I have a couple of exhibits that are already been admitted in that number range, 311 and 315.
I apologize, Your Honor, I had one page out of order.
And it was up through 335, you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to your previous objection, the instructions, okay. They're admitted?
Thank you. Detective Paterno's, up on the screen, I have exhibit 290. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
Sorry. So whenever I turn on a phone, I take a picture right away of the screensaver just to show like what time it said and the date and everything like that. So that's just a screensaver on Saria's phone.
And in the top right corner, do we see an airplane?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So the phone is usually put in airplane mode. There's people that can actually like remotely wipe phones, and we also don't want anything deleted or any data removed from the phone, and so we always put it in airplane mode to preserve that and preserve what's on the phone at the time that we have it.
And is that common practice for APD?
Yes.
Next on the screen, I have exhibit 291. Why would you take a photo of this?
This is just right once I open the phone, this is her apps and screensaver.
And I apologize, Your Honor, just for clarity, at this time I intended to omit 290 through 310, and we'll get to the rest of those momentarily, as well as, and we'll get to the rest of those in just a moment. Up on the screen is 292. What is this?
This is the contact that she had as an emergency contact, and she put the name as hubby. It also includes the call history. So as you can see, there's 2 calls on August 6, 2023 at 8:25 a.m. They were both canceled. Yep. And then you can see the phone number is 270-401-9695.
Thank you. Up on the screen, I have previously admitted State's Exhibit 18. And I'm going to zoom in on the bottom text message. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And why did you take a photograph of this?
I took a photo because it was the day after, and it was at 10:44 hours. We kind of had conflicting stories at the time of where she was at, and so I thought it was important.
And did you and other investigators later confirm that this text was to one of the managers at Bread and Brew, Nadia Jones?
Yes.
Up on the screen, I previously admitted State's Exhibit 19. Does that contact include Nadia new phone?
Yes. And then up on the screen, I have State's Exhibit 290. I'm going to zoom in just for clarity of the contact name. Are you able to read that?
Yes, it says CEO Bread and Brew.
Did you and other investigators later confirm who that might have been?
Yes, his name was Craig.
And is that the owner of Bread and Brew?
Yes,
But he wasn't saved in the phone as Craig, is that correct?
correct.
Up on the screen, I have previously admitted State's Exhibit 16. It looks like text messages with Farrar. Why did you take a photo of this?
I took a photo of it because before that text to Nadia's old phone, this was the last text that we had on Saria's phone that she would have sent at 01:57 hours, which is why I also, that's why I also, you can see my finger, I swiped to the side that we could see the timestamps.
And up on the screen is State's Exhibit 294. I'm going to zoom in to the top portion just so it's a little bigger for the jurors. Why did you take a photo of this?
I took a photo of it because it just showed notes of their relationship, and I thought it was important.
And did you find this in the Notes app in Saria's phone?
Yes, I did.
Up on the screen is 295. Did you also find this in the Notes app?
I did.
And were you able to get a date and time off this one?
Yes, April 3rd, 2023, at 19:27 hours.
And can you please read to the jurors what you found on that?
Yes.
You can also read it off the physical exhibit if that's easier.
Doesn't post pics/take pics. Doesn't act the same about us. X hardly calls me pretty, is less lovey-dovey. Doesn't act the same when drunk. X, I'm assuming the EX means example. Not touchy. Couldn't care less to talk to me before you did do that. Sus AF with phone.
And I'll pause you there. Are you aware of what sus AF means in?
Yes, so sus usually means like suspect, like abnormal, and then AF means as fuck.
Thank you. And if you could continue.
Whenever I take it, automatically takes it back and won't let me look at it. Says I can't look through phone, BC, which usually means because. He doesn't want to be, quote unquote, that couple, or quote unquote, that level of toxic. Leads me to believe there is something hiding. I shouldn't feel like I have to do whatever you want. I shouldn't feel like I need to beg for attention, for your attention or affection. I shouldn't feel like I am not a priority. I shouldn't feel like you aren't as interested in me. I shouldn't feel like you only value me when I clean or do stuff for you. And when we talk, I feel the same after BC or because you try.
And is Exhibit 296 a continuation of that note?
Yes.
And could you please continue reading that for the jury?
Yes. So I'm just going to restart the first one just because it was a continuation. When we talk, I feel the same after BC because you try to explain everything or turn it on to me. I have constant thoughts of you cheating on me. Example, texting other girls, flirting. You say you do not even talk to other girls casually, just as friends. But if I looked, there would be some. IDC, which means I don't care. Just be honest.
Thank you. And just for clarity, I believe I already asked you, on Exhibit 295, that was written back in April, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Exhibit 297, is that a photo from the night they went out, beginning on August 6th into the morning of August 7th?
Yes. As you can see at the top, it says Sunday, 0007 hours.
And does that mean 12:07 a.m. or just past midnight?
Yes, on Sunday morning.
Exhibit 298, is this another photograph you found on Saria's phone?
Yes, and that's 0055 at the top you can see, and that's like 55 minutes past midnight.
Thank you. Exhibit 299, are these also photos taken that night, maybe of her and Marie?
Yeah, so these are a little bit earlier. As you can see, the date is Saturday instead of Sunday, and the time is 23:16, which is 11:16 p.m.
Exhibit 300. Before I ask you what these say or to get into them, where did you find this?
So this photo was in deleted photos. So like when you have photos on your phone in different albums, these were found in the deleted album in the phone.
So on iPhones, does iPhone give you an opportunity to go back and undelete photos?
Yeah, so when you go to the deleted folder and then you click on a picture, it usually says like delete forever, or recover, which means it puts it back into your normal library.
And did you find multiple photos similar to this?
I did.
And can you please read this conversation for the jury?
Yes. So at the top, it says Instagram user.
And do you know what that means? Why would it say Instagram user rather than someone's name?
Yeah, so the person might not have their account anymore, and so it doesn't have their name, and so it just has its Instagram user instead of their actual, usually in Instagram you have like your actual name, like your username at the top of it. So this person might have deleted their account. As you can see, there's no profile picture or anything like that either.
Thank you. And if you go ahead and read that for the jurors.
Okay, the beginning, which is kind of cut off, just says, "'Cause I hate insults, TBH," which is to be honest. And then the next one is, "What's your snap, and I'll believe you. Forget it. Oh darn, whatever will I do," with 3 like crying emojis, which are just like faces with the tears coming down. "You being so sus, bro, and rude. I'm the sus one. Okay, like I said, drop the snap if you're legit, or even just a picture of you." And I presume Snap, he's referring to Snapchat, which is just another app where people send photos or messages to each other or videos. "Okay then, 1 sec. Well, about the Snap, my parents don't let me use that for now because they keep saying it's a distraction to my studies," with a kind of frowny face emoji. And then there's a photo, not an actual photo, just the photo was sent, and then you can open it once you click that button, and then here.
Does it disappear after?
It actually depends on your settings, whether it disappears, but sometimes you can replay it, but it looks like on this one, you can see it's a little bit less colored than the white, and so I'm not sure if they could replay it or not afterwards.
Thank you. Exhibit 301. Where did you find this photo and then the photos following?
Also in the same deleted folder on Saria's phone.
And do you recognize the individual in multiple of those photographs, either on this exhibit or in later exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
Zarrius Hildabrand.
Thank you. Looking at this exhibit and then the following exhibits, do you recognize what platform this is on?
Yes, it looks like Snapchat.
And the jurors have heard a lot about Snapchat. Could you explain what Snapchat is one more time and how messages are saved or not saved?
Okay, so like I kind of mentioned, Snapchat's another app like Instagram or Facebook. A lot of times people can just send photos and then they disappear right away, or it looks like you can send, or not it looks like, but you can send photos and you can see you can save it. So you kind of just click the photo afterwards and then it decides to save it rather than just disappear. You can also send videos, you can send messages, you can decide if you want things to stay for 24 hours, 12 hours. It's definitely come like a long way, and I'm sure there's more updates nowadays that you can do different things on it.
So originally for the platform, if you sent or received messages, did they disappear unless you actively chose to save them or changed your settings?
Yes, unless you had it that way, it stays for like 24 hours or something like that, but it still would then disappear after the 24 hours unless you saved it.
And here in Exhibit 301, I'm going to zoom in just a bit to make it easier to see. Does it actually show who saved things in the Snapchat?
Yeah, so you can see the Cheyenne saved a snap in chat. And so it tells you the Cheyenne with the heart is her username.
Does that also say that same thing at the bottom?
Yes. It says Cheyenne saved a snap in chat.
Thank you. In Exhibit 302, at this point, are you scrolling or like continuously to read the same conversation in Snapchat?
So these are screenshots. It's not like I'm looking at the Snapchat. These are screenshots that were on Saria's phone, so I'm not scrolling up, but scrolling side to side to look at the photos. So I can't like go up and see what's there up there or down below. I just have to see what was provided on the phone in the screenshots.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. With your knowledge of Snapchat, does this appear to be the continuation of the same thread or contact?
Objection.
Rule.
Go ahead and answer.
So you can see it's the same username, Cheyenne with a heart. And you can see that there's like timestamps on the side too. So I'm not sure the date, but it is with the same username that he was talking to before by the like picture and all that at the top.
Thank you. And zooming in on Exhibit 302, are you able to see who saved that portion of the conversation?
So it says you saved a snap in chat, so that's the user whose phone it's on. That's why they're saying you instead of the actual person, Cheyenne, like they said before.
Thank you. And just for clarity, do you recognize that person in the bottom photo under me, which appears that that person would have sent it?
Yes.
And who is that?
Zarrius Hildabrand.
Thank you. In Exhibit 303, does this appear to be with that blue lighting above the previous exhibit where we saw that that was saved by the owner of the account?
Yeah, so the last one you could see there's like a red light and then there was blue lighting. This is like the message possibly above that with the blue lighting.
Thank you. Exhibit 304, are you able to read that to the jurors, please? And I'm going to zoom in again just for clarity as it's a little hard to see on the screen.
So under me is where I'll start. It should be illegal being that fine. And then Cheyenne with a heart replies, well, with a crying emoji and like a laughing crying emoji. I wear 32 DD or double D in bras, and underwear is just a medium, I guess, LOL, with 4 crying emojis. And then the me says, okay, deal. So I'll go shopping this weekend for stuff and send it to you by next week, okay? I'll throw some of my stuff in there, plus a surprise or two. But maybe some of your clothes that smell like you and stuff like that. And then me again is I'm a large in shirts and I'm not picky, W, which often means with underwear. And then underneath from Cheyenne, it says what color, question mark, and then a partial photo.
Does it say favorite color?
Or favorite color, sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 305. Are you able to read that center message?
Yeah, so it's under me, and it says, I'll fly you out in the summer.
Exhibit 306. Are you able to read that center message?
The literally obsessed?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And that's under me.
And then in the bottom photo, are you able to articulate in Snapchat, are you able to put text on photos?
Yeah, so sometimes you can like write it, like you can take a picture and then you can add text and write it. It's similar with like Instagram and Facebook. You can like take a picture and then add like a text caption of some sort.
Thank you. Exhibit 307, could you please read that to the jurors?
So from me, wait, the 4th is my fave, most likely favorite. You just look so good in it. I love it. But the 1st or 3rd one is the only acceptable way to walk around my house. And then under me, it says, huh.
And are you able to see the date under the photo of the defendant in the red boxers?
Yeah, it says July 23rd.
And would that be a few weeks before you were assigned in this case?
Yes.
Objection. May we approach?
Approach, please.
Detective Paternos, the July 23rd doesn't have a year next to it, is that correct?
Correct.
However, directly under the H, what does that say?
Today, you took 6 screenshots of chat.
So would that likely be, with your understanding of Snapchat, that Snapchat was alerting that when these screenshots were taken, it was that day?
Objection.
Overruled.
So you can go ahead and answer that.
Yes.
Up on the screen is Exhibit 308. Does this appear to be a continuation of those same messages?
Yes, it's in the same dialogue with the person with the Cheyenne, the heart, and the same profile picture.
Do you recognize the person in the top photo?
Yes, that's Zarrius Hildabrand.
Thank you. Exhibit 309. Does it just show who saved the photos on that one? Or who saved the chat?
Yeah, so there's two partial photos that you can see, and then it says Cheyenne saved a snap in chat, and then Cheyenne replayed your snap. So sometimes you can click a photo and then you get like one replay, and you can replay it. And so that's what it's just saying, that she probably watched it twice.
Thank you. And in Exhibit 310, is this another screenshot of likely that same conversation?
Yes, same profile and everything at the top you can see.
Thank you. And did you have any other investigative aspects in this case back in August of 2023?
So the other item that I went to was the recovery of Saria's body on the 10th.
And did you take photographs of the items that were recovered with her?
Yes, I did.
And those have been previously admitted, I believe, through Detective C. Do you recall what some of those items were?
Yeah, so there was a blanket, a sheet, a pillow with a pillowcase on top, 2 gloves that were kind of like olive green colored, and then a small piece of plastic with a hot air balloon on it.
Thank you. And in reference to you have previously gone to 5210 Mockingbird, when you went to the drain recovery of Saria's body, how close was that geographically?
It was definitely within walking distance. Gosh, I would think less than like half a mile, but that's just estimating.
Could you almost see the apartment building?
Yeah, like you could, it was pretty much like the apartment building in the parking lot, and then there was like a road, and then the park started, and the drain was 50 feet or so within the park on the side to the left.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may approach with Exhibits 321 through 3, I apologize, I'll just go in order. 312, 313, 340, 318, 319, 342, 341, 317, 320, 316, and then 321 through 344. And if I may approach the witness, thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Patterson, I handed you a fairly big stack of papers. Do you recognize those exhibits broken up in paper form and then the photographs also included?
Yeah, just give me a second to review them all.
Thank you.
Yes, I do.
And could you detail to the jurors what are all of those exhibits of, generally?
So when we have phones, I like to manually go through them, but we also download the phone. It's pretty much like, I'm sure you've already heard from Mike Swanson, how it gets plugged in and through a system it gets downloaded. Once it's downloaded, a report generates, and it's called a Cellbrite report for this case. There are other programs that we use. So these are like photos and from the Cellbrite report that kind of correspond. So there's a lot of things in the Cellbrite report, like location data. They make a timeline for us of everything. There's messages, photos, videos, audios, call logs, pretty much everything that's on your phone that can be downloaded. They try to get that. Not all the time are there like app stuff, like certain apps, but it tries to get as much as it can, depending on the type of download that's done.
And in this case, did you review the downloads for both Saria's cell phone as well as the defendant, Zarrius Hildabrand?
Yeah.
And Investigator Swanson, or Technician Swanson, previously authenticated States Exhibits 311 and 315. Have you, and those aren't in front of you, those would be the entirety of the cell dumps. Have you reviewed those cell dumps?
Yes.
And are these exhibits in front of you copies or portions of those cell dumps?
Yes.
And do you recall how many pages were each of those cell dumps generally?
I think Saria's was more than 48,000, and then Zarrius's was more than 44,000.
Thank you. So if you could please go to Exhibit 316. Or I apologize, actually, if I may back up. Exhibit 312, we can start with Saria's cell phone.
Okay.
And is that a copy or a portion of Saria's timeline from her phone dump?
Yes, it's just a portion.
And what's a timeline? What does it show?
So, kind of like I mentioned before, a timeline would be like pretty much a compilation of all of the different things, call logs, text messages, location data, all into a nice kind of timeline format that we can just look at the day and everything that happened in order on her phone.
And if I may approach with a highlighter, just in case. And is Exhibit 312 multiple pages?
Yes, it is.
As to some specific portions, up on the screen, I have the first page, which is much older. I have the first page. I apologize, let me back up. Is the title of that dark part the title of the boxes?
Yes, the headings at the top are going to be like what each column represents.
Thank you. And has that been pasted onto this slide in particular, but it's not directly above? Beginning at box 261913.
Yes, so like at the beginning of the exhibit, it has all of those. She just kind of kept those like headings for the rest of them that you could understand what each of those columns mean.
So you can see what's actually in the boxes?
Yes.
So if you could please go to that box number.
I'm sorry, which box number?
261913, and I can provide the page to Your Honor. It's 44163.
Thank you.
Detective Paternos, if you could highlight some of those boxes in reference between 261913 through 261916, just to make them easier to find later if the jury needs to.
Yep, I highlighted them.
What do those boxes show?
So those show images being created, so you can see the type is images, and then it also gives a timestamp, and these Cellbrite reports are put into AK standard time. If you can see, there's UTC -8, so if it has that UTC -8, that means that time, AK standard time. If it doesn't have the UTC -8, then it's just UTC time, which is just a central time. So you can see that there's images that were created on 8/6/2023. The first ones begin at 021813 hours in the morning, and then it gives a description. So it has like the JPEG number that was assigned to that phone or that photo. And so it says 7073, and then it also on the end can show you where it is located, which was the trash, the deleted portion. So you can see that the first four were 0218 hours, and then the last four were 0224 hours.
And is that different box numbers on the next page beginning at 261924? For those bottom four images?
Oh, yes.
And could you highlight those on the exhibit, please?
Yes.
Thank you. And you previously testified about the deleted or trash section. Do you have an understanding of what that means, and does it correlate with where you found certain images that have already been introduced into evidence?
Yeah, so if you think of it like a linear way, everything kind of has like a place that it's put into. So it's either like in just the photo library, or it's in the trash, or if it's like deleted from the phone, it may not even have it on the phone because it's just that linear line is just completely gone. So this is kind of like it was taken and then now it's in the trash area instead of in the normal library.
Thank you. And just for clarity, I believe we're going to go through a few more photos, but the first batch of photos was created or put on that phone at 2:18 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And then the second batch of photos was put on the phone at 2:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And then on the next slide, I believe it's further down on that same page we just talked about, beginning at box 261934.
Yes.
Would it be helpful to have a pointer to,
Is that what this is?
I'm having a hard time following.
I apologize, yes,
You-
please use the pointer.
The bottom button, lowest on the, there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you could back up just a little bit and explain the trash stuff maybe again.
Okay, so like we kind of explained, these are the headers for everything. This is the number that she's referring to when she's saying like the 261934 that I'm highlighting for you guys, and then the type, so they're images, they're not videos or anything like that. And then these are the timestamps, and so she's referring to, I think she went to a slide early, but before these were the 0218, and now we're at the 0224, and then these are the descriptions. So the numbers that are assigned to those JPEGs, and then right here is the trash portion that I was kind of explaining.
And that's where you found, well, did you later actually go in and find these photo names of the IMG 7081 in particular, as an example?
Yeah, so these are connected on the Cellbrite. So when you open the Cellbrite report, we also get it in a PDF and in Excel. So when I open the Excel, because it's kind of easier, you can click on those and then it pops up the photo that corresponds to that.
And did you do that in this case?
Yeah.
And up on the screen, I have exhibit 321. Is that an example of what you did of going to image 7071?
Yes, so if you click, it's a hyperlink. So if you click the hyperlink for the 7071, and then this photo pops up.
And are you able to read to the jurors what this says? Is this different from what you had found maybe in the trash folder, or had you seen it but it wasn't admitted as an exhibit?
It wasn't a photo that I took off of Saria's manual search.
So these are photos directly from Saria's phone?
Yes, from the Cellbrite download.
Thank you. Could you please read to the jurors what that conversation says that Saria took a photo of at 2:18 a.m. and 13 seconds?
So it says the Instagram user at the top and with no profile picture. The first conversation looks like an ooh. I'm not sure how that's pronounced, but it's just O-U-U-U. And then there's an emoji with kind of like a sad face. And it says, your turn, show me what you got. And then there was a photo sent. Why being stupid RN, which means right now. If you not gonna play fair, forget it, okay? You think I'm stupid or something, bruh? And then it says, huh? And then it says YH, which I'm not sure what that means. And then it says how with a question mark. And underneath you can see it's kind of cut off, but it says we promise to play fair, and that's.
Thank you. In Exhibit 322, image number 7072.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to keep reading?
Yes, please.
Okay. So same Instagram user with the no profile picture at the top. So it says no screenshots. I'm presuming that's an if we play, and we got to play using live because I don't want my nudes leaked out or some shit. Makes sense. Yeah, seems interesting. You down to play, LOL. I can't tonight. Okay then, do you have any more pics? Another photo was sent. What about some in the actual chat? Okay. And then there's kind of a big little square that you can see right there that you can't see anything from.
Thank you. Exhibit 323.
Same Instagram user at the top with no profile picture. YH, I'm daddy's girl, haha. Show me what you look like right now. There was a photo sent, and then you see that little heart, so like you can like messages or you can react to messages, so the heart is a like, so someone hearted that message. You look good with kind of like a happy little emoji. Where you at, though? Appreciate it. I'm W, usually means with. My boys are N, usually means right now. Okay. UFR usually means for real. You for real. Don't have Snap, though. YH way, and she says Y with an asterisk. And then YH question mark. And then at the end, you can see it's cut off, but it says, anyways, text me when you free or.
And does YH, does that possibly mean young ho?
Objection.
Sustained.
Understood. On Exhibit 324, can you please continue reading?
Yes, so same at the top, the Instagram user with the no profile picture. And it starts, you can see it's partially cut off. 'Cause I hate insults, TBH, which usually means to be honest. What's your Snap and I'll believe you. Forget it. Oh darn, what will I ever do? With 3 laughing or crying emojis. You being so sus, bro, and rude. I'm the sus one. Okay, like I dropped the Snap if you're legit, or even just a picture of you. Okay then, 1 sec. Well, about the Snap, my parents don't let me use that for now because they keep saying it's a distraction to my studies with a frown face. And then a photo was sent, and then here.
Thank you. Exhibit 325, does this appear to be on Snapchat now?
Yes.
And we've gone through, I believe, most of these earlier. Are they similar, if not the same, as the photos you took on Saraya's phone?
It is similar. You can see at the top, it says, like I said, I'm a surprise you in the summer, bow and all.
Understood. 326, another Snap.
Yes.
327, I believe we already saw. And in the top left, is that the image names of these photos?
Yes, so those are the corresponding descriptions that you click on the hyperlink to bring up.
Yeah. 328, 329, 330, 331. And is this a different photograph than what you previously read?
No, this is the same photograph.
Thank you. 32 is image 7082, is that correct?
Yes.
333, 334. And then finally, if we could jump ahead in the timeline, beginning in box 262012, which I believe is at the bottom, or goes through the bottom of page 44167. Could you please highlight those bottom boxes beginning at 262012 through 262024?
Yes.
And what are we seeing in these boxes on the timeline?
So in these boxes, so as you can see, she still kept those timeline headers.
And for clarity, that's not directly above this on the exhibit, correct?
Correct.
You would have to go to the first page and then correlate it to the boxes?
Correct.
Thank you.
So these are the numbers that she just referred to that I highlight, and then the type images, the timestamp. So now we're at 8/6/2023 at 11:30 hours. They're pretty much the same, and that's Alaska Standard Time. And then these are the descriptions. So when she was showing the photos earlier, you saw that they had these JPEG numbers attached to them and then deleted in the trash. And you can see also on the timestamps, they say deleted.
So based on this, those photos with those exhibit names, or those description names that we just went through were deleted at 11:30 a.m. on August 6th?
Yes, and I forgot to kind of mention, do you see where it says deleted? The ones prior said created, so it's just telling you what was happening, so created versus deleted.
Thank you. Up on the screen, I have a different box, box number 261973. And if you could highlight that, please.
Yes, I did.
And is this the same kind of setup of it gives you the capture time here, and it has 8
August 6th at 8:56 a.m.?
Yeah, so same as before, this is the number, this is the image, then you see this time, it's 8/6/2023, 8:56 a.m., and capture time. And then the description, the 49:53.
Did you go to that image?
Yes.
Up on the screen, it has States Exhibit 335. Is this the image that correlated to that?
Yes.
And does this appear to be a screenshot from a video?
Yeah, so you can kind of see, even right here, it's 0.02 seconds, and this is probably the whole video. And you can see that it's stopped there, and then you can even see like the images and everything like that. So when you like are on your phone and you watch a video like in your library, and if you don't click out of it where you can just see the video and it's black, you can see all of these extra things on it.
Thank you. And to be clear, that was in Saria's timeline on Saria's phone?
Correct.
Thank you. Do you have Exhibit 319 in front of you, the search items on Saria's phone? I believe it's a single sheet exhibit.
I have a 3-page, 319.
314, my apologies. There's a typo on my slide.
Yes, I have that.
And is that the first page of the search items on Saria Hildabrand's phone?
Yes.
In box numbers 1 through 4, if you could highlight those, what was Saria's last search on this phone?
So this is the numbers, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then these are the times. So 8/6/2023, 12:43 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. They're all the same search. So and then,
Can you start from is it in reverse chronological order?
yeah, so you can see this is 8/6, and then this is 8/5. So it's going in descending order.
Could you start in 4 through 2 and explain what those are?
Yeah. So 4 is 8/5/2023 at 9:09 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. Safari, so there's different internet bases you can have on your phone, Safari, Google Chrome, and so forth. So this is on Safari. And then this is what was search, how to get the most points at Dave & Buster's. And
Are 3 and 2 duplicates of that same search?
yeah, it has the same exact time, even down to the millisecond of those searches.
Thank you. And then box number 1, what is that?
So that is also in the Safari, the 8/6/2023 at 12:43 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. Safari again, and then the same, how to get the most points at Dave & Buster's.
So does that mean on August 6, 2023, someone accessed that again?
Yeah, so they either like open that Safari page or they like researched it. So like you can go, when you go into your Safari, I have like a ton of tabs open. So like they could click back on that tab, not necessarily like put in those exact words for a new search.
Thank you. And if you could pull Exhibit 313 from in front of you.
Okay.
And I apologize, my exhibit numbers are off on the slide, please ignore that. 313, is that a call log from Saria Hildabrand's phone?
Yes.
And on Exhibit 313, is this one actually, the boxes are a little out of order, but does that make it in chronological order when reading it on the slide?
Yes.
Could you please begin at box,
Except, I think, oh, yes, no, yes, okay, sorry.
could you please begin at box 30 and 31?
Yes, do you want me to highlight those two?
Yes, please. And in 30 and 31, what are those?
So this is from the call log. So the beginning is the 2 in the direction. So 2, this is the phone number. I'm not sure if you guys remember the screenshot that I had from Saria's phone of the emergency contact that said hubby. So this is the contact. and then the direction, so outgoing versus incoming. So incoming is someone's calling you and you're answering, outgoing is you're calling someone, they're answering. And the time is 8/6/2023 at 8:25 in the morning, Alaska Standard Time. You can see there's zeros, so no time elapsed, not answered is what it says, and then this is just the network and so forth. And 31 is the same contact, the hubby with the 270-401-9695. Direction is outgoing, so that's someone, or the person calling someone else, not someone calling them. That would be incoming. And the time is 8/6/2023, 8:25:04. So this one should probably be up here because of the 04 versus the 32. And then the 0 time elapsed, not answered, network.
Thank you. And do you recognize the phone number under the contact hubby?
Yes,
And whose phone number do you know that to be?
Zarrius's.
So to confirm, does that mean that Saria's phone at 8:25 on August 6th in the morning called Zarrius's phone twice?
Yes, that's what the outgoing would be.
Thank you. And box number 29, what is that?
So that is same exact contact with the hubby and the same exact phone number. The direction is outgoing again, so the person on this phone is calling someone else. The time is 8/7/2023. It's 7:58 in the morning Alaska time. You can see this is not all zeros, there's like a 7, so there's 7 seconds that have elapsed, and it says answered. So the previous one said not answered, which is why there's zeros. So this one says answered, and then network name, and so forth.
So on August 7th at 7:58 a.m., Saria's phone called the defendant's phone and it was answered?
Correct.
Thank you. Box 22 and 23?
So 22 is mom, so 208-440-6382, and with the contact name mom, the direction is outgoing, and so that means that the person with the phone is calling that person. 8/7/2023 at 7:44 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. You can see the time elapsed is about 3 minutes and 7 seconds. It was answered, and there was the rest. And then 23 box is to the same contact, same phone number as before, mom, outgoing, so the person on the phone is calling. And then 8/7/2023, 7:44 p.m., not answered. There's zeros again.
And was that earlier than the answered call? Is it a little out of order because it's reverse chronological?
Yeah.
Thank you. And as I ask you through all of these exhibits, are there multiple other boxes and ample other data?
Yes.
And that's included in the exhibit, but only a few of the boxes are being actually highlighted for the jurors at this point?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could please go to State's Exhibit 340.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the activity sensor data for the phone Cellbrite download.
From Saria Hildabrand's phone?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. And does this one also go in reverse chronological order? So does one start at, and I'll keep it on this slide, does one start as the most recent and then it actually goes reverse?
Yes.
And if you could please go to box 73, which for clarity of the court and parties is on page 14.
Did you want me to highlight those?
Yes, please. And I have a few specific exampled boxes up on the screen, but can you generally explain what this portion of the Cellbrite shows in the activity sensor data or activity log?
Yeah. So these are the box numbers that she's referring to for highlighting. And these are the time, date, range. So it starts for this one particularly, box number 73. It starts 8/6/2023. 1 p.m. Alaska Standard Time, and then it goes to 8/6/2023, 2 p.m. Alaska Standard Time. There's nothing filled out in the device type or device name. And then it has the total samples count, max heart rate, distance traveled, flights climbed, max speed, and then energy burn, steps, distance traveled, and speed. From what I understand, the total samples count are the aggregate data that's counted. So there's been 20 aggregate data that's been counted to create the distant travel and max speed. And distant travel, when it has these decimal points, from what I understand, are in meters, and then there's the max speed.
And so does the distance traveled and max speed mean at some point this phone was moving some way somehow?
Yes.
And does Saria's phone activity log detail multiple different times? Do they go in hour portions?
Yes, those hour increments, 1 to 2, 12 to 1.
Thank you. Does her phone continue to move after the morning of August 6, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So through the entirety of Saria's phone dump, was there ample in the 48,000 pages, different data points or boxes that could be read?
Yes.
And do you have portions in front of you there that we just went through?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also go through the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit 316, is that a portion of the defendant's timeline?
Yes.
And if I could direct you to page 35167, box number 185375.
Yes.
And what is that box of?
Would you like me to highlight it?
Yes, please. And could you please highlight on that page alone, I'm gonna do the last three numbers, 375, 378, 381, 383, 385, and then on the following page, if you could highlight the second box.
387 is what I highlighted.
I apologize. Which exhibit are we looking at now?
We are on Exhibit 316, Your Honor, the largest
The biggest
packet.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And I believe I have it up on the screen, but could you please read those highlighted boxes? Could you explain what those highlighted boxes are that you just highlighted?
Yeah, so on the form that I'm looking at, kind of the same format that we've been seeing, it has the numbers that she just read out that I highlighted for you guys. And then it has pretty much the name or category. So for these, they're categorized as instant messages. And then they say incoming and outgoing, like a phone call. So incoming is someone's texting them, outgoing is that person's phone is texting someone else. And then the next box would be, or I guess two more boxes, the two in between are blank. The next one after that, it's gonna be the timestamp. So for the very first one, the 375 that she has me reading to you guys corresponds to the 4:38:07 p.m. text message, and that's Alaska Standard Time. And the from is from, the contact name is Dad, and the phone number is 270-272-2411. And then two, the contact name is Zarrius Hildabrand with the phone number 270-471-9695. And then the last box is kind of like the content. And so the content, same as what she has up there for you. Hope you had fun last night.
And what we're seeing on the screen, is that different than how it looks in the Cellbrite report?
Yes.
But does it correlate to what you're seeing in those specific boxes?
Yeah, so the hope you had fun last night corresponds to the 375 box on the Cellbrite report.
Is the left column the incoming data from the contact name of Dad?
Yes.
And is the outgoing or text from Zarrius Hildabrand's phone on the right, texting to Dad?
Yes.
And can you please read that conversation?
Yeah, so, I'm just gonna read it like as a conversation, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. So the first one is from Dad, hope you had fun last night. And then the next one is from Zarrius's phone. I did maybe a little too much fun, and that's at 4:39 p.m. And then at 4:40 p.m., Dad responds, well, that's okay, as long as no one got hurt or went to jail. And then at 4:40 p.m., Zarrius responds, neither of those happened. And then at 4:40 p.m., Zarrius said, I ended up getting the small batch 4 roses. And then his dad responds at 4:41 p.m., sweet, that's a good one.
And after the small batch 4 roses text, does the defendant send a photograph? Possibly on page 35168. After the sweet, that's a good one.
Don't see,
In box number 185397.
oh, way down there. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
No, sorry, I was looking right above. Yes, instant message. And then it says, so at 5:11 p.m. from Zarrius to Dad, it has kind of like the hyperlinks I told you about. It's actually in the column here. And it actually even has like a little thumbnail of the image that he sent to.
And just above that on that page, does it show image number 8116 being created? Possibly in box 185391.
Yeah, so sorry, there's multiple that had 8116. So, actually in 185391, 185392, 185393, and 185394 all include like image 8116. 2 of them are listed as videos and 2 of them are listed as images.
And do iPhones do live photos?
Yes.
And could that be listed as a video in your training and experience?
Yes.
And what is a live photo?
So a live photo, pretty much like I take a picture and it like captures like multiple seconds. And so then if you press down on the photo, it actually is kind of like a little mini movie of the actual snapshot photo that you created.
Thank you. Did you go to that image 8119?
Yes.
And is this that image in States Exhibit 344?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving forward, beginning at box 185482, does the timeline also include search history, web history, or access data?
Yes, it tries to include like everything that I mentioned before, text messages, call logs, so forth.
And up on the screen, beginning in that box highlighted to you, did you see a lot of web data apparent to the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And up on the screen, I can zoom in a bit. It's pretty small. Beginning at that first box, what's the date and time that we're seeing?
So it's kind of cut off, but you can see these are the numbers that she's referring to again. And then searched items, and this first one, it's 8/7/2023, 12:20 a.m.
And then just scrolling over, what were some of the searches or websites that we see here?
So you can see Patagonia and Safari, that's the internet provider that he used. Patagonia, Google search, Patagonia, and then you can see later on 8/7/2023, 12:20 a.m. Also another shop all outdoor clothing by Patagonia, a men's technical fleece at the 12:20 time still.
And is the entirety of this page many outdoor searches for outdoor clothing, it appears?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you review multiple items of search history during the days after August 6, 2023 by the defendant?
Yes.
Up on the screen here, beginning at box 185529, and if you could find that and highlight it, please. sorry. And what is this of?
So similar as before, the numbers corresponding that she's telling me to highlight for you guys. And then it's just giving the date and time, so the 8/7/2023 to 20 a.m. Patagonia. There's another Patagonia. Looks like he started to look at TikTok at 2:24 a.m. on that 8/7/2023 Alaska time. And then we have TikTok, and then Instagram is the source. So sometimes Instagram and Facebook, you can see other videos from other platforms on them. So I can be on Instagram, but I can watch TikTok videos. Or I can be on Facebook and watch TikTok videos. And then we go down to like 224, 8/7, 224, link tree on Instagram, and then 8/7, 224, and 8/7, 224, OnlyFans Instagram.
And here, do we see that it's labeled as cookies in the second column?
Yes.
However, does the time and date stamp have creation time and then actually show when these sites are being accessed?
Correct.
And for clarity, are you aware of what a link tree is when it's on social medias?
I'm not aware of the link tree, but I'm aware of the OnlyFans.
And what is OnlyFans?
It's kind of like it's another platform. The videos range from any kind of niche, but it's predominantly known for adult content.
Adult content, meaning pornography or pornography-like material?
Yes.
Thank you. Beginning on box 186262, which I believe begins at the few pages ahead. Or actually a few pages behind, possibly. Did you find it?
Yeah.
Okay, can you highlight the box, please?
Yeah.
And here, are we seeing more online shopping?
Yes.
Are we seeing that same level of seeing cookies in the second column, but showing that it's being accessed and then being searched directly after that?
Yes, correct. So she's talking about the cookies right here, and then you can see it says access under the timeline right here.
Thank you. And then beginning on box 186543. I apologize, I think this one's a little out of order.
Yes.
Could you highlight those just for easy to find later?
Yep.
And similar question, and it will continue on to the next page in my questioning. What are we seeing here?
So these are the numbers that she's having me highlight for you again, the cookies that we talked about earlier. The 8/8/2023, 12/15/2024, you see all of these say accessed, and then all of these say the source is Twitter.
And what is he accessing on Twitter in the right column? And I can zoom in if that would help.
Yeah, so these are just like the Twitter, and then T.CO, T.CO, and then the link tree with the period before the last E's for the last three.
And understanding that you weren't aware specifically of Linktree, are you aware that on social media, do people usually put tags or sites that people can click on to go to their other sites or socials?
Yes.
And then continuing on to that next page of the Linktree, and then beginning on that top box, what are we seeing there?
Similar, the Linktree and Twitter, and then mini vids, and then Twitter, and this is at 8/8/2023, 12:15 in the morning, Alaska Standard Time. And then the dongkinger.minivids.com, there's two of those. Then Linktree, mini vids, all on Twitter.
And I apologize, you were detailing that. This begins on, just for clarity of the record, 186550. And then, did you look into what minivids.com is?
I did.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I did.
And what is it?
It's another adult pornography site.
Thank you. And then moving off of that exhibit, And continuing on to Exhibit 317. What is that exhibit a copy of?
These are the call logs.
From Zarrius Hildabrand's phone?
Yes, sorry for Zarrius.
Not a problem. Were you able to find correlating data between those calls between Saria's phone and the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And just briefly, would that be one example in box 123?
Yeah, so 128 and 129 also.
Yes, I apologize, I only put one up on the screen. Does it show those same ones that we talked about previously?
Yeah, so this is, the 123 is the number, and then from Saria, and then Saria's phone number, the 208-320-1786. You can say it's saying incoming, so now we're in Zarrius's phone. So this is incoming to Zarrius, meaning the call is coming from Saria's phone to Zarrius's. And the time is 8/7/2023, 7:58 hours in the morning, Alaska time. You can see the zero, so zero time elapsed, and then it was missed.
And does this call log in Exhibit 317 show all the calls included in the exhibit that Zarrius Hildabrand's phone was making?
No.
From the portion where it begins?
It shows the portion from where it begins, but not like further down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it begin, I think the latest one, maybe August 3rd, 2023, or the earliest one on the last page?
Yes.
Thank you.
And it's in descending order, so the very first one is from August 9th.
So the oldest one is in box 1, and then the earlier ones are further down?
Correct.
Thank you. And if we could continue on, please, to searched items, State's Exhibit 319.
Let me just check in with the jury. How are you folks doing? Doing okay? Okay, I'm getting thumbs up. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Not a problem. State's Exhibit 319, searched items.
Yes.
Could you please go to box 72?
Yes.
And what does that box show? And if you could highlight that as well.
Yes. So this is number 72 that she was talking about, and then the time, 8/6/2023, 8:32 hours in the morning, Alaska Standard Time. Safari, that's the browser that he's using, and then this is the search, so Alaska Bush Company.
And what is the Alaska Bush Company?
It's a local adult entertainment. There's strippers and other types of entertainment within the facility.
Thank you. And that was searched on Zarrius Hildabrand's phone on August 6th, 2023 at 8:32 in the morning?
Yes.
Next, could you please go up to boxes 68 and 69?
Yes.
And what does that show?
So 68 is right here, 8/7/2023, 12:20 in the morning. The browser is Safari, and then the search is Patagonia. And then in box 69, in descending order, 8/6/2023, 8:38 in the morning, Apple Maps is what he's searching on, and then for veterinarians.
Thank you. Does the Patagonia search correlate, or at least is it consistent with what you were seeing in the timeline and other exhibits that have been admitted of what he was searching on his phone?
Yes, I'll have to just confirm like the exact phone number, or the exact time.
And I think it's okay without the exact time.
Oh,
Is
okay.
it just consistent generally?
Yes.
Thank you. If you could go to 63 and 64. And in this, what are we seeing?
So we're in the same, like data points, the 63 and 64. So 63 is 8/7/2023, 5:07 p.m., and that's Alaska Standard Time. He's using Safari, and he's searching Anchorage missing person report. In box number 64, 8/7/2023, 5:02 p.m., Apple Maps, and he's searching hospitals.
And in your review of State's Exhibit 319, or generally the defendant's search items, is that the first time he ever looked up anything of that nature between August 5th and August 7th of missing person or hospital or something like that?
Correct.
Thank you. Box number, and we're going to start at 20 to go in the correct time. What does that show? And I believe it's on the first page.
So in box 20, right here, and this is the time, 8/8/2023, 11:11 p.m. The Safari is the search engine, and searched was shortcuts for texting on iPhone.
Thank you. And in box 11?
And then box 11 right here is 8/8/2023, 11:38 p.m., Alaska Standard Time, search engine Safari, and what he searched is pray to say to accept God.
Thank you. And moving on to State's Exhibit 320, is that the activity log from the defendant's phone?
Yes. It's the activity sensor data.
Activity sensor data, I apologize. Does it log the activity on the phone?
Yeah, like how we talked about in Saria's phone, the movement of the phone.
Thank you. And for clarity, does that exhibit begin on page 5? In the bottom right corner?
Yes.
And does the next page go to page 1135?
Yes.
Does the first page show the headings of the columns, though?
Yes.
Thank you. If I could direct you to box number 8316. Which I believe is on the page number of 1142.
1143.
Thank you so much. And what do these boxes show on 8316 and 8317? And if you could highlight them just to make them easier to find later.
Okay, so we're starting with the numbers that she's telling you guys out loud, and then same as Saria's, it has the time and date range. So for 8316, it starts at 8/6/2023 at 2 a.m. Alaska Standard Time, and it goes till 8/6/2023, 3 a.m. Alaska Standard Time. Total samples count 4, and then distance travel is 56.26. Then 8317, it's going to be 8/6/2023, 1 a.m. Alaska Standard Time to 8/6/2023, 2 a.m. Alaska Standard Time. The total sample count is 2, and the distance travel is 134.7.
Thank you. And is box 8315, is that the next box after the 2 we just looked at being 8316?
It's before 8316.
Would it be the next box chronologically?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. So the next box that we see is between 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. on August 6th on the bottom, correct? Because it's in descending order?
Correct.
Or reverse order?
Yeah, 8315 starts at 8 a.m. and then goes to 9 a.m.
So in the Cellbrite dump, you did not review or find anything between the hours of 3 a.m. to 8 a.m. on August 6th, is that correct?
Correct, yeah, it's continual 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and then it jumps straight to 8 to 9.
Understood. And if someone doesn't have their phone or isn't touching their phone, would this still record things if the phone's not moving?
Right, so these are supposed to be recordings of the phone activity, like your Apple Watches or something like that. So when the phone is in your pocket or something and you're moving, that's what this distant travel is supposed to be recording. So ideally, if your phone is just sitting flat on a surface and not moving at all, going up and down or side to side, it shouldn't be recording any of that distance traveled.
Understood. And you said based on your training experience and understanding the distance traveled, what metric or measurement would that be in?
Right. So when it has this decimal point here, it's supposed to be in meters.
Thank you. And then the next box I would ask you to look at is 8296. And we'll actually start at the bottom in box 8300. What's the date and time for those?
So at 8300, if we're going to go backwards, so from 8/6/2023, 11 p.m. Alaska Standard Time to 8/7/2023, midnight Alaska Standard Time, or 0000 hours. The sample count is 21, the distance traveled is 1,012.15, and the max speed is 1.25.
And here, in your review of this exhibit, does it continue throughout the night between 12 to 1, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, as well as 4 to 5, that there's continued measurements of movement?
Yes.
And it has multiple sample counts and distance traveled?
Yes.
Thank you. And does the exhibit in front of you have more boxes, again, than what I asked you to articulate on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Looking at States Exhibit 318, the defendant's web history.
Yes.
I would ask you to go to box 290 through 293.
Yes.
And again, is this in reverse chronological order?
Yes, so it starts at the highest, so it's descending.
And up on the screen, we can see some of the websites visited. Throughout your review of the Cellbrite and this exhibit, were there multiple searches for gun stores or guns in general on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And on these specific boxes, what date and time was that?
So these are the numbers that she's talking about again, the 290 through 293. And then it goes into the website. So you can see all three of these are a version of 6hour.com, just like going into different things like optics or the general website, which is the first thing. So that makes sense that the general website would be first. And then it starts 8/5/2023, 3:53 p.m. Alaska Standard Time, and then descends to 3:52 Alaska Standard Time p.m., 3:52 p.m. And you can see on this side it kind of goes into a little bit more, so micro red dot sights on guns. There's things that can enhance the vision of the gun. That's what a sight is. A red dot helps with aiming. It's pretty much like this laser, so you can put it on a target.
Thank you. Beginning at box 283, that's in reverse order, and I'll ask you to look through 281, and if you could highlight those, please.
Yes.
What are those?
So those are more web page history. So 281, or I guess I can start down here. Yeah, 283. It's Alaska Bush Company. It's a Google search. This is just the URL. So, you know, when you type something in www.com, that's what this is right here. It's just a full URL. The time is 8/6/2023, 8:32 hours, Alaska Standard Time. 282 is also the Alaska Bush Company. This is the URL again. And then 8/6/2023, 8:32 hours. And 281 is Home Alaska Bush Company, so it's the main website, 8:32 Alaska Standard Time.
So to be clear, does that mean on August 6, 2023 at 8:32 a.m., the defendant not only Googled Alaska Bush Company, but actually went to their website and homepage?
Correct. That's why it starts with Google searches, and then it ends up actually going to the www.akbushcompany.com.
Thank you. And I don't have a slide for this. However, if you could highlight box 285, what search does that show?
So 285, it's listed as Alaska's list classifieds, and then it goes into the URL, and within the URL, it talks about guns, hunting, 6 Hour.
And can you read that last line of 6 Hour? What model type was that? It's after 6 Hour, it says P320 M189 MM. So And what do you know 9 mm to mean?
Yeah, 9 mm in gun terms is a 9 mm gun, and that's the size of the bullet. So you have like 40, 45, like caliber.
Thank you. And what was the date and time of that search?
So that was at 8/5/2023, 8:37 p.m.
Thank you. And then box 19, I believe we're on the second page. Is that same search that we talked about of a search for shortcuts for texting on iPhone?
Yes, correct.
And what was the date and time of that?
So this is the box 19 that she's talking about that I highlighted for you guys. This is like generalized what it was searched for, shortcuts for texting on iPhone. It was a Google search. This is the URL where it kind of just highlights the shortcuts for texting on iPhone. It was at 8/8/2023, 11:11 p.m.
Thank you. And then up on the screen, I have boxes 10 and 11. Is that same search that we previously talked about on a prior exhibit of pray to say except God in box 11?
Yes.
And was that on 8/8 at 11:38 p.m.?
Yes.
What was the next search we see in box 10?
So in box 10, which was at 8/8/11:49 p.m., it's Saria Hildabrand, and it was a Google search. You can see right there on Safari.
Thank you.
Counsel, we've been going for an hour and a half. I don't know how much longer you have here, but
I'm almost done, Your Honor. I'm also happy to break now, though. This could be a good stopping point.
good stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
Take a break. Let's take a break here. And I really don't anticipate anything more than 10 or 15 minutes. All right? Thank you. Please don't discuss the case. Thank you. It's about noon, 12:15. Okay.
Thank you.
Does that work? Thank you. Off record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you remind me, which exhibit were we on?
Yes, Your Honor, I only have two left that I'm going to be referencing, exhibits 242 and 241, and then I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
341 and 342.
Yes, I'm
Three.
sorry. 341, 342.
Thank you.
I apologize, the numbers are starting to get to me. Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Madam Clerk, if we could turn the lights back down, I only have a few more slides. Detective Paternos, if you could please go to State's Exhibit 342. Yes. And is that a copy of the defendant's location?
Yes.
And in a Cellbrite report, what does locations normally show?
So locations, show like a specific, let's say you stay at an area for a really long time, it might accumulate that point of data. It also shows, the search locations too.
Thank you. So looking at box 22 and 23. And we can begin with 23. Does this also go in reverse order?
Yes.
Thank you. What does 23 show?
So 23 right here is the number, and then this is the location point, like the lat long. And then this is all the information on it. So, looking for an animal hospital, the type was searched. The hospital was pet emergency treatment. The time was 8/6/2023, 8:38 a.m. Alaska Standard Time. And then this is the address of the pet emergency treatment, 2320 East Dowling Road. And the source was Apple Maps.
Thank you. And what do we see in Exhibit 22?
So 22, the number's right here. This is the latitude and longitude. The description was adult store. It was searched. Castle Mega Store was what was found. The time was 8/6/2023, 9:19 a.m. The address is 1851 East 5th Avenue in Anchorage, Alaska, and the source was Apple Maps.
And it says adult store. Are you familiar with Castle Mega Store?
Yes.
What kind of store is it?
It's like an adult.
And I can be more specific. Does it sell items that could be used in sexual acts, such as lingerie, sex toys, and things of that nature?
Yes.
Thank you. And that was searched on Sunday, August 6, 2023 at 9:19 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And if we could go to boxes 21 and 20 and 19. Can you just detail what those searches are and the times?
Yeah, so I can go in descending order again, or ascending. 21, so this is again the Latin lawn. The description is hair salon, searched. Ronnie's Barbershop is what was found, 8/6/2023, 1:46 p.m. The address is 5955 Old Seward Highway, Anchorage, Alaska. It's kind of cut off, but the source is Apple Maps down here.
Thank you.
And then for box number 20, Latin long again, the description is park. Searched, this one, Bancroft Park, 8/6/2023, 2:04 p.m. The address is 1497 Alpenhorn Avenue, and the source is Apple Maps. And then box number 19, Latin long again on this box. The description is park, type is searched, the name is Waldron Pond Park. Time is 8/6/2023, 2:05 p.m. The address, it looks like it's generalized, it's Anchorage, Alaska, and then the source is Apple Maps.
Thank you. And are you familiar with Bancroft Park on Alpenhorn?
Yes.
Is that the park directly next to where Saria Hildabrand's body was eventually recovered?
Yes.
And is that just yards, 100 yards away from the defendant's apartment?
Yes, it's very close.
Thank you. And finally, boxes 18 and 17.
So 18, the Latin long right here, description home and garden supply store, was searched. The name is Lowe's, 8/6/2023, 7:59 p.m. The address is 333 East Tudor Road, and the source is Apple Maps. And then we move to 17, Latin long right here. The description is Trailhead. It was searched, Mount Baldy Trail, 8/7/2023 at 2:13 p.m. It's located in Eagle River, Alaska. The search method source was Apple Maps.
Thank you. 16 and 15, if you can read everything above the address one on both of those, we can skip the address.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for number 16, Latin long, hospital searched, and then Providence, St. Elias Specialty Hospital. Time is 8/7/2023, 5:04 p.m. And then in box 15, description, correctional facility. It was searched, Anchorage Correctional Complex. The time was 8/7/2023, 5:03 p.m.
Thank you. And finally, if you could please go to State's Exhibit, and again, please ignore the slide, State's Exhibit 341. Is that the journeys aspect?
Yes.
And what does journeys mean in a cell phone extraction?
So journeys are, so whereas locations are kind of like a precise locations, journeys are a journey, like from point to point, that the phone captures.
Thank you. And if you could go to box 6.
Yes.
And what does that show?
So this is box 6, and then we're kind of missing the headers right here, but the header right here would be number, the header right here would be name, this would be the start time, this would be the end time, this would be the source, and then this would be the waypoints or the Latin long.
And is that on the first page of the exhibit, though?
Yes.
Thank you.
So for box number 6, we have 2 lows. The start time is 8/6/2023, 7:59 p.m. The source was Apple Maps, and so it has the from Latin long and the time, and then to, and then the Latin long, and then the time, and then it gives the address and everything. And then the waypoints, it's still the lows, the Latin long, the same.
And I don't have it up on the slide, but is box 4 that same kind of from to mapping to bread and brew in box number 4?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you want the times for that at all?
Yes, please.
So for bread and brew, that column, oh, it's gone. The column that had the start time, it's 8/8/2023, 9:10 a.m.
And Detective Patterson, are you aware this shows a mapping or a from to. Does it mean he actually went there, or does it mean that it was at least mapped? I can go back to that, sorry. Go ahead.
So from like my training and experience, the locations like is searched, and so that's like you saw that it said search for those ones. So that would have been something that he like searched on here. And then the journeys are something like the phone actually travels from what we've been trained on, and so those would be like his starting point to his ending point.
Thank you. Those are all my questions at this time.
Thank you. Counsel?
Good afternoon, Detective Pedranos, correct?
Patternist, but yeah.
Patternist,
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney. To get started, I had some questions as far as the generals with cell phones. Fair to say that a cell phone can be handed to another person, for example?
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay, so we don't necessarily know who at what time was using a cell phone. We just know that from these reports that this is information the cell phone has collected, correct?
Correct.
And I want to be clear, we have, on the Celebrite, we have journeys and we have locations, correct?
Yes, those are the two that we just went over.
And journeys can document where the phone has traveled to, correct?
Yes, from my training, that's how I understood it as.
And then locations documents where the phone has searched a specific location in the maps function, is that correct?
So it can be searched, so I don't know if you noticed, but it said type and it said search. Not all of the ones in the Celebrite report say searched on type. So it could also be like the phone has been there so long that then it collects that as an actual location point. So there's actually one in the exhibit that doesn't say searched, it just has the time and the actual location of it. So that's collected from the phone as an actual location of the phone.
So when the jury is looking through this Celebrite report and the exhibits that have been presented, there's a difference between when the Celebrite report says searched versus when it doesn't say anything, correct?
Correct, yeah. So the ones that we went over were all searched, but when you guys look at this, you'll see some of them don't say searched, and that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Thank you. And we've been through quite a few exhibits relating to the phones in these cases. So let's start with Exhibit 290. Can you please tell the jury again what Exhibit 290 is?
Yes, may I present it to them or just explain it?
Just explain it.
Okay, so 290 is the screenshot that I took of Saria's phone when I first got in and started manually or physically going through it. or not a screenshot, a photo that I took of her phone.
And did you take that before or after you opened the phone?
I mean, technically, I pressed the phone and it kind of, like, I didn't unlock it yet, so it was before I unlocked the phone.
And if we look at Exhibit 290, we see a little on the right-hand upper side, we see what kind of looks like a battery, and we also see an airplane, correct?
Yes,
And a phone physically has to be put into airplane mode.
yes,
And you did not put this phone into airplane mode. It came to you that way, correct?
I don't recall putting it into airplane mode. CID actually had the phone before us, so they may have put it in, but I don't recall myself putting it into airplane mode.
Okay. And what time did you receive the phone?
I am not sure the time that, like, I went through it. I know it was on the 9th that I went through it, but I don't know the exact time that I started going through it. My, like, pictures and Axon would have timestamps on them.
Okay. So when you received the phone, it was already in airplane mode?
I believe so, because I don't recall putting it into airplane mode myself.
Okay. Next, I want to direct you to Exhibit 294. And this is a note that you took a picture of on Mrs. Hildabrand's phone, correct?
Correct.
The date associated with that photo is what?
7/12/2023.
7/12/2023, and it's in the notes section of the phone, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what the notes section of a phone is?
Yeah, so you know how you have different apps on your phone, like Health app or Safari or something like that? There's usually, I think it's pretty much programmed in the iPhones to already have a Notes app, and then you just click it, and then it's almost like what you're writing on. It's just like a notepad, and you can type whatever you want in there. You can make lists or do bullet points or whatnot.
And you described this as notes of their relationship. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Fair to say the Notes app is not directed at a specific person?
There is no name mentioned in this particular one, yes.
And again, this is a note that was placed on the phone by Mrs. Hildabrand.
It was found on the phone.
Okay. So we don't necessarily even know who made it?
No.
We don't know who this is directed at?
There is no name on it. Yeah.
And it's just something you found on the phone?
Yes.
Exhibits 296 and 295.
Which one would you like to start with, the first page, the 295?
Yes.
Okay.
These were created on April 3rd, 2023, correct?
Correct. That's the timestamp on the top of it.
And again, you don't know necessarily who wrote it.
Correct.
You don't know why they wrote it.
No, I guess I don't know their reasonings for writing the notes.
And it's from April.
Yeah, April 3rd, 2023.
And how many months are between April and August?
Oof, I think 4. 4 and 8, yeah.
Exhibit 298.
Yes.
Who's depicted in that photo?
So it looks like Zarrius is the one with the white shirt, and then, you can't see the other person's face in the photo, but you can see tattoo and then, clothing.
Okay. And that time was, the stamp on that is Sunday at 00:55, correct?
Yes.
So in layman's terms, that's Sunday morning at 12:55 a.m.
Yeah, 55 minutes after midnight.
And what is Zarrius doing in this photo?
He looks like he's partially sleeping. I mean, his eyes are slightly closed and his mouth is open, consistent with someone sleeping.
Thank you. I want to talk next about Exhibit 300. This is a screenshot you took of an Instagram conversation, correct?
It's a photo of a screenshot, but yeah.
So let's break that down. First is a photo of a phone, correct?
Or yeah, photo of a photo that's on a phone. I took a photo of the photo that's on the phone.
So there's a bunch of layers there, fair to say, of different layers of photos. So you start with a picture of your phone, correct?
Like the picture I took with my phone?
No, you're taking a picture of with your phone.
Yes.
And it's of another person's phone.
Yes.
And then on the phone is a picture, is another picture, correct?
Yes.
And did you get the metadata associated with the underlying picture?
So that's what the Cellbrite has on it, and we kind of went through that earlier, where we can did the hyperlink to the photos that were found on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
The conversation in the screenshot that's on the phone, you don't know what time that conversation took place, correct?
No, I didn't have timestamps on it. This was all the available data. It's not like I could swipe it over to see the times or something, because it was a picture.
You don't know the month it took place?
No, I don't.
The year it took place?
No, I don't.
You don't know who it's between?
No, I don't.
Oh, no.
You just know that it's a screenshot that was taken at a certain time, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit more about Snapchat really quick.
Okay.
Do you use Snapchat?
Yes.
Snapchat doesn't save messages automatically, correct?
You can change settings, just like you can change Instagram and Facebook settings to disappear right away or save indefinitely. And then we kind of talked about before, for the automatically portion, and then you can manually also save things like we talked about before, just tapping on it and it saves it.
Okay. So generally with Snapchat, if someone sends a Snapchat, does it disappear after the person looks at it if you don't save it?
It depends on the settings that you have. So kind of for Instagram, I have some chats that have disappearing messages, and then some that are saved. So it depends on what settings you put for Snapchat.
Were you using Snapchat in 2023?
I'm sure I was. I've had it since 2017.
And in 2023, what were the settings on Snapchat like?
I'm not sure what they were.
when Snapchat first started, was the idea behind Snapchat that the messages would disappear immediately unless the person saved them?
I don't know the ideology of Snapchat when it first started.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about these exhibits 301, these, and the other ones documenting what you've shown to be Snapchat photos, correct?
Yeah.
And again, so starting with exhibit 301, this is a picture of a phone, correct?
Yes.
And that phone has saved a picture on it.
No, so this isn't a Snapchat, like I'm not in the Snapchat app. I'm in the deleted album of photos, so this is a photo of like a Snapchat, like a snippet of like a Snapchat conversation.
And to get to that underlying Snapchat conversation, would it be saved in Snapchat, or would someone have to take a picture of the Snapchat and that would save to their phone messages?
So like if I could log in to their Snapchat account, and then I could just scroll and look at all of this, and like I can take pictures of it, or if you're logged into your Snapchat, you can take a screenshot of like the conversation. But this is not, like I'm not in the app Snapchat, I'm in the photo album portion of the phone. And so this is a picture that someone took of Snapchat, like
Okay.
when they're actually logged into the app, if that makes sense.
And starting with exhibit 301, this is a photo of a Snapchat conversation, and the Snapchat conversation includes a date of April 28th, correct?
Yes, you can see it in the middle.
And then we also see at the bottom a date of May 18th.
Yes.
On exhibit 302, there are no dates associated with that, correct?
No, there's just timestamps on the right hand, yeah, but no dates.
So we don't know what day of the week it was that the Snapchat conversation took place.
So if you look at exhibit 303, those like pictures kind of match up to these blue light ones, and there's a date on that one,
Okay.
April 27th, if you see that on 303.
And so you're saying 302 and 303 kind of match up as would be a continued stream of Snapchat conversations.
It looks similar to me. I can't like confirm because I can't actually scroll through it, but you can see there's 2 photos at the bottom and 4 at the top that have that blue light setting, and it has the same exact pictures as the 2 on the bottom that line up with the 303 where it starts with April 27th, and even the time is 14:09, and then on 302, the next one that was sent by me, the time is 15:10.
On exhibit
302.
302?
Yeah, so if you see 303, where those like blue kind of photos are, it says 14:09 above it. And then later on 302, like below those, so the next person that sent something, it was at 15:10.
Okay. So again, this appears to be April, correct?
Yeah, April 27th was the top of exhibit 303.
And we don't know what year in April, fair to say?
So kind of like what we went through with the, my prior testimony, there was, I guess, screenshots for that July one, but I guess the April one, there isn't the, like it says today was when the screenshots were taken.
And let's talk about that today.
It's exhibit 307.
When it says today, again, Snapchat can delete depending on the settings, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know what the settings were on this Snapchat account?
No, I never logged into the Snapchat account.
So directly underneath today, it says you took 6 screenshots of chats.
Correct.
Fair to say that today could be July 23rd. Referencing the date above.
I would say it's when these photos were taken is the today.
Okay. But that today could be July 23rd, correct? It could be July 24th, it could be July 25th, it could be July 26th, fair to say?
The created dates on the Cellbrite had it as the August 6th. If you remember, these like corresponded to the Cellbrite report for creation dates, and they had them at like 2/18 and 2/24 on the 6th for creation dates for these photos being on the phone for Saria.
So directly under July 23rd is a message from me, correct?
Yes.
It says, huh?
Yes.
And the July 23rd, does that correspond to the message above or below?
It's usually above. So like when you're texting too, it'll have like the new date. Like if you haven't texted someone in a while, it'll have like the date and then your messages below it.
So we don't know, if I can approach the witness, Judge.
Yeah.
So we see July 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Does that correspond to this message?
No, those are probably, there's probably a date up above it.
So the July 23rd corresponds to huh?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the today would correspond to the you took screenshots of the chat.
Okay.
Kind of like that chronological look of it.
So again, we don't know when the huh was sent, fair to say?
The huh looks like it was sent July 23rd.
Okay. And the message above July 23rd, when was that sent?
So I can't see it. Like I said, I can't like scroll. So I could try and line up the photos to see if like I did earlier with the blue light and trying to line them up and I can like estimate. But I can't like actually look.
So you don't know when the message that was sent above July 23rd was sent?
Correct. I would assume it was before July 23rd though, because it goes in chronological order.
So we see from Exhibit 301, messages in April, correct?
Yes. April 28th and then May 18th is also on there.
And they're kind of scandalous, flirty messages, fair to say?
They're partially nude and it looks like fully nude for one of them, photos, and then kissy face pictures.
And that's in Exhibit 301. In Exhibit 302, we don't know the month this was taken in.
So 302 was kind of like we talked about before, it has that blue light images on it, and so I kind of lined them up, and then the date on Exhibit 303 was April 27th. That's just my, like, deductive reasoning that that corresponds, because the photos are the same.
The message, the conversation's scrolling down.
Sorry, I don't know which exhibits you are holding.
301 and 302.
Oh, I thought you said 30. Oh, yeah. 303 would also be in there. So if you look at, it's 303 and 302.
Okay.
That I was talking about, the blue light. You can see at the bottom of 303 are those photos that match the top of 302.
And 303 is in April?
So put that one above that middle one.
Okay, so,
So the bottom one should be in the middle.
okay. So 301 corresponds to 303, and then 303 corresponds to 302?
Yeah, so 303 and 302, and 301 is probably underneath them, because these are April 27th, and then 301 is April 28th and May 18th, which comes after April 27th.
And then 304, where would that correspond in this chain? Would it go above 303?
So it's April 26th, so in between April 27th and April 28th.
So with the exhibit, you would say in this chain of communication, 304 would have preceded
301.
301.
Yeah, by the dates, yes.
And then we have 305. What did you match that, which exhibit did you match that one to?
What do you mean, which of
With the
these?
timeline of these photos.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually put them in timeline. I took them as what they were when we were investigating them, so I'm doing this with you now. But I don't see, like, obvious, like, pictures, like, you know, how 302 and 303 are. I don't see, like, obvious ones to, like, line it up. I just see the timestamps, the 1351, 1653, and 1655, so I can't really say where it would be in this timeline.
Fair to say it says, "I'll fly you out in the summer."
Yes.
So it would probably not be in the summer when this message was sent.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, you could say, like, in the summer, I'll still fly you out in the summer.
And then can you match 306 up in this chain? Does it correlate to any other of
So it's April 24th.
It's
so.
April 24th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it would be the first one? Yeah. It'd be before everything, so the very first one for what we have so far.
And then 308 was on April 20th, so it'd go before the other exhibits?
Yep, so that'd be the new number one.
Okay. 309, there's no date associated with that, correct?
There's not a date on here. I can look to see if any of these images match, but I don't see one that matches. So yeah, this one I'm not sure where it would end up in the timeline.
So it's a random one, we can't really associate with other ones?
I mean, like, they're all in the
Timeline.
same chat, like, it's all the same person, Cheyenne, it has the same profile and stuff like that. I just don't know where in this timeline we've created it would go.
Okay. And then 310, what date is on that?
April 24th.
And can you correlate it to the chain of exhibits that we've established with the exhibits? Where would it go in there?
So 306 is also April 24th.
Okay.
From, like, my opinion is that these are videos that are sent, and this is a screenshot of a different part of the videos that are sent. So you can see the wording is the same, literally obsessed, it has a cart under it. The photos, she looks to be wearing the same things, and it has the same angle. So it's almost like two shots of, like, different portions of video, if that makes sense. So it's, like, tied with 306. It's like the same shot, but just different versions of the video. Does that make sense?
Yes, so it's about April.
24th, yes,
April 24th.
yeah.
And then we have Exhibit 307.
That's July 23rd?
That the was sent, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I can approach again?
Yes.
I kind of have a mess.
The timeline.
Yes, I do.
So let's start with your first one. Which exhibit is the first?
308,
308, and what day is that?
April 21st.
And then just, what would be the next exhibit?
So, like I said before, I think 306 and 310 are the same, just different screenshots of the video, and those are April 24th.
And the next?
303 and 302, and that would be April 27th is 303. And then, do you want me just to continue?
Yeah.
Okay. 304 is going to be April 26th, 301 is April 28th, and 307 is July 23rd, and then these two are the ones that we couldn't figure out.
Okay, and to be clear, July 23rd, the message is
Yes.
We don't know what day the message above July 23rd was sent.
Correct.
Thank you.
I do want to follow up a little bit more about just some of the other work that you've done, and you're welcome to put those away however you feel would be best. So you initially got involved in this case on August 9th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you testified to previously was that you canvassed the apartment area of 5210 Mockingbird Drive. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went to multiple apartments, correct?
Yes.
You went to apartment 110.
Yes.
And you left a card.
Yes.
And then the person at apartment 10 actually spoke to Detective Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went to apartment 111,
Yes.
and you knocked on the door, correct?
Yes.
No one answered.
Yes.
You left a card.
Yes.
Did you ever go back?
I did not go back and recanvass.
You went to apartment number 112.
Yes.
You knocked on the door.
Yes.
No one answered.
Yes.
You left a card.
Yes.
And you never went back.
I did not recanvass.
And you made contact, you went to apartment 113,
Yes.
and you contacted a gentleman at a gentleman at 113,
Yes. Tyler?
and you feel you didn't receive any relevant information from him.
No.
Okay. And fair to say you never went back after you spoke with him.
I did not recanvass.
You went to apartment 114,
Yes,
and you spoke to someone at 114,
yes.
and you didn't feel you obtained any relevant information from apartment 114?
No, he just noticed someone late at night, but yeah.
Okay. You also went to apartment number 15,
Yes,
and you didn't get any relevant information from apartment 15.
after talking to them, no, I didn't think it was.
So how many apartments in total did you knock on the door?
I believe 5.
And,
If I may recollect my.
yes,
Sorry, 6 of them.
and 2 of those apartments, you just left a card.
Yes, I was actually contacted by one person later on, Eva, that I mentioned later in my report, but yeah.
Okay. And you don't feel you received any relevant information?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you, those are my questions.
Thank you.
Be direct.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Hi, Detective Paternos.
Hi.
I have a few questions. I'm not going to ask you about the photos you took about her phone. So when I talk about the screenshots, I'm actually talking about the metadata from the Cellbrite report.
Okay.
So all of those photos that were questioned about, those arrived on Saria Hildabrand's phone at past 2 a.m. that morning, correct?
Yes.
Out of all those neighbors you talked to, you weren't the one that interviewed Taylor Engstrom, right?
No.
Are you aware that he called 911 on August 6th, 2023 at 2:46 in the morning and called in a gunshot across the courtyard?
I did not know his name, but I knew about, it was called, we call him MIW, so misconduct involving a weapon. I did know about that, it was incident 83 that day. I did know about that incident, but I didn't know who called.
Thank you. And then we talked about locations, about how some things were searched, and that's all outlined in the state's exhibit. Or if you spent a lot of time in one place, it could populate a location point.
Yes.
Would that have to be, would you get different location points if you were in the same cell tower?
From my training and experience, which I've been trained on CASAVIZ, it's a program by the FBI for cell towers. You pretty much can dump all the cell data records that you get. When you like apply for a warrant for AT&T or Verizon or something, they send you this huge packet of like times and latitude, longitude, cell towers and everything, and you dump it into CASAVIZ. What I've learned, that there's overlap, right? The companies don't want you to drive somewhere and then because a cell tower, if you think of it like a 360 degrees, because one cell tower doesn't overlap with another cell tower, they don't want you to lose that coverage. So there's overlap that if you're driving on the highway, you're gonna constantly have that cell tower. So you can be in one place and hit off different towers because of that overlap, because it crisscrosses, and so sometimes the phone will hit off different towers, but they're in the same place.
So that can all lend to getting a location point?
Yes, those can all like just bring in together a location point.
Okay. If something's very close, would there maybe not be different location points though?
Could you?
Possibly not.
Yeah,
So if
sorry,
something's
could you
within,
clarify?
say, a couple hundred yards, would they maybe not populate different location points?
I guess, if you're talking about cell towers, like I kind of said, you can be in the same spot and hit off of different cell towers, if that's what you're talking about. Sorry.
I think it was a poorly worded question.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna move on.
Okay, sorry.
No, not a problem. So you were asked about Snapchat's saved policy in 2023.
Yes.
However, were the photos here saved?
Yes, like you can see, that the like bar is thickened, on the side, and that usually means saved, or it even says like saved on them too, so they were saved.
And then you were asked a lot about a timeline. When considering the motive for murder, would it matter when the photos were sent or taken, or would it matter when she found them?
Objection.
Overruled.
So which would be more important, when the photos were taken or when someone discovered them?
I would say when you're trying to figure out motive, like if someone found them and then something happened soon after, that's definitely more indicative to like something being taken.
Objection, move to strike.
Overruled.
And then, again, you were asked a lot about the order. You didn't take these photos, correct?
I took the photos of the photos on the phone, but I did not take the screenshots of the Snapchat.
When looking at the Cellbrite and States exhibits past 300, you weren't able to pick the order to line it up chronologically. That was done by whoever took those photos?
Correct.
And those photos were taken and put on Saria Hildabrand's phone past 2 a.m. that day on, I think it was 2:14, 2:18, and 2:21, or something of that like?
Yeah, they were mainly like 2:18 and 2:24, yeah.
Thank you. And just because you were asked about it, when looking at the phone in Exhibit 290, and you took a picture of the home screen, does it actually have a time?
Yes, it does. I realized that after I said that.
Okay, what time was it?
It was, I believe, 22:21 or 22:16.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So is that about 4:16 p.m.?
10:16 p.m.
10:16 p.m. I am so sorry.
That's okay.
And then about the airplane mode, I believe I asked you about that. Is that common practice for all law enforcement as an effort to preserve the data and evidence on a phone?
From my understanding, yes. I mean, we were trained that like day one in the academy, like to do that. It wasn't something I just learned as a detective. So, and I think with all the TV shows and everything out now, it's like put your phone in airplane mode because stuff can happen to it.
Yeah, and just for final clarity, whenever the photos were sent of the defendant, I think they were described as flirty or kissy lips. They were put on Saria Hildabrand's phone on August 6, 2023, that morning, approximately 20 minutes before that shot was called in by Taylor Engstrom.
Yes, those screenshots were created.
And then you didn't find those same photos on the defendant's phone, right?
I did not.
And I believe you previously testified if someone deletes the photo and then deletes it out of the trash can, it may never show up on a Cellbrite report because it's not on the phone, right?
Correct. It's like that, like tracing of that photo is just completely disappeared because you delete it twice kind of thing. It's like you send things to the trash on your computer and then you empty your trash bin, then it's just gone.
But you can see that on Saria Hildabrand's phone on August 8th at 11:30 a.m., they were deleted on her phone.
Yes. And it's because that's how I was able to find them in her trash, because they weren't deleted again from the trash.
Judge Mary.
Those are all my questions, Your Honor.
Any approach, please?
guys some follow-up about the Snapchat. These Snapchat photos, in Exhibit 307, 310, I believe they start at 301, are documenting a conversation that occurred on Snapchat, correct?
Yeah.
They're not screenshots. So they're photos of a Snapchat conversation.
Yes.
And the Snapchat conversation data, where is that saved?
That would be on the phone,
Where?
under the Snapchat app.
Okay. And what, do you have those? So it would be in the Celebrate report.
It may be, but some things aren't saved completely, like in Snapchat, or, I mean, there could be calls that weren't on there, or pictures that weren't saved on the Snapchat might not be in there.
Okay. So the Snapchat data might not be in the Celebrate report.
I mean, it could be. We have seen, like in Saria's phone, I was able to see that there were calls with Marie on Snapchat, so there was that. But there were also, sometimes there were things that weren't on there that were in the Snapchat. But it might not have the photos on the Celebrate report. I don't recall, like, going through the Snapchat portion and seeing them in the Celebrate report, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so just because they're not in the Celebrate report, does that mean they don't exist?
No, the Celebrate report may not have things within certain apps, kind of what I talked about before when I was explaining the Celebrate report. It might not extract everything. I'm sure Mike maybe explained to you like brute force and like different types of Celebrate reports that like give you all the data or partial data or something like that. I think like the Celebrate report may not be all inclusive of what is actually on the app when you go on the phone, which is like why I manually go through the phones, because then I can like click through and actually see what's on the app.
And in this case, you reviewed Mr. Hildabrand's Celebrate data.
Yeah, and just his Celebrate, not a manual, yeah.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. I think there's some miscommunication, so I want to make this very clear. Are the photos that you took of Saria's phone with the Snapchat stuff, those are photos of the photos that were later admitted, right?
Yes, so like the other exhibits, like 325 and 327, those are actually extracted from the Celebrate report. The ones like 310 and so forth are ones that I did manually. So there's a difference between like manually going through a phone, like physically having the phone and going through it, and then a Celebrate report, which is that they plug it in, they download it, and then I get a PDF that I go through.
So in complete clarity, the exhibits of the photos on her phone are no different than the exhibits that are taken from the Celebrate report that were on her phone.
I was trying to do that. I was trying to like
Yeah.
line up like 310 is the same as 325 and so forth, so you could be able to.
So again, you're not scrolling Snapchat. Those are the photos that Saria took on her phone that day, or whoever was using Saria's phone.
Correct. Those are the photos that were created, like the 218 and 224 timeline that I told you about earlier.
And is Snapchat a well-known encrypted app that can be difficult to get things off of sometimes?
Yes, most apps are nowadays, but yes, Snapchat can be.
And then you testified the phone dump may not get everything, so if someone were to like airdrop something, there could not be a recording because that's not a message, right?
I'm not sure how airdrop shows on a Celebrate report, but I mean, it could be possible.
But final question, when you were going through her phone in the phone dump, you were focusing around the time of this incident?
Yes, that was my main focus, was the days leading up, the day it happened, the days after.
And a lot of questions, but final recollection here is that Saria Hildabrand, or whoever was on Saria Hildabrand's phone, discovered and created those photos on her phone the early morning hours of August 6th, so they got on her phone at that time.
Yeah, the phones were created on her phone for the Celebrate report.
So in your review, does it seem like she discovered those photos and they got on her phone based on all the questions you had about screenshots, but that's when they were likely discovered?
Yeah, those were likely when they were created on her phone, was when she, like, saw them or had them on her phone.
Anything else? No. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, it's 1:16. Is this a good stopping point, or do you have anything else today?
It's a good stopping point, Judge.
Okay. You have a few days off here. We have no trial tomorrow, holiday weekend. I hope you all have a chance to get out and enjoy it. Hopefully this weather will hold for us. Do not do any research on this case, pay any attention to any of the media, or to discuss the case with anyone. We'll have you back here on Monday at 8:30. I am told that we are still on track to get this case to you next week for you folks to consider. All right? Thank you all. Have a good weekend. Thank you. Please be seated. Anything to take up?
I guess, can we plan on, if the state rests on Monday, to address jury instructions? And then if defense is going to put on a case, we would start on Tuesday?
Have you had a chance to review their proposed instructions?
There weren't many.
No.
I intend to file some. I generally
If you
don't.
intend to file some, can you do that? When do you, let me rephrase that question. When do you intend to file what you intend to file?
When the state rests, Judge.
Can I ask, are you going to be asking for lesser included?
I am not going to answer that question until the state rests.
I'll prepare them if she's not. I just want to know if I need to prepare them.
If you're willing to do that, so we have them,
Of course.
that would be helpful to move the process along. As you know, putting these together always takes more time than we anticipate, always. All right. I guess it doesn't matter what I understand or don't understand, but I do have a question about some of the presentation. And I don't know if I can ask this question or not. I'm going to ask it for my own clarification. What I'm confused about, the photographs that appear on her phone at 2 in the morning, whatever it was, are those photographs that the hypothesis is that she gets access to his phone, she then picks his phone up and takes a screenshot from his phone and sends those screenshots it takes from his phone to her phone? Or is it that she finds his phone, accesses his phone, takes her phone, and takes a screenshot of his screenshots and sends it? That was my confusion.
She takes a screenshot from his phone, sends it to her phone.
The layers got confusing to me, and so I thank you for that clarification.
And then he deletes it at 11:30 the next day.
Okay.
That's why they're in the deleted photos.
Anything else today, I think, to take up? So Monday, your proposal is that when they rest, and we have who do we have Monday? We've got Ms.
Detective
Matthews and Detective Clark. So that's going to take a good chunk of the day?
I
We
don't
don't
think it'll take too long. It'll take half the day.
Okay, and then so rather than moving in to defense's case, at that point you'll be in a position to know what it is you'll be asking for jury instructions. Let's take the rest of that day to work through the jury instructions, and then depending on where we're at, we'll pick up on Tuesday.
Understood.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, that's what I was asking, Judge.
Does that work?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you. Detective Potter, no, step down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Have a good weekend. Off record.